Welcome, night wanderers. You've crossed the threshold where shadows linger and whispers never end. Tonight, I'll guide you through 5 chilling tales. A haunted dormitory where sleep is stolen. An oak cradle that remembers the innocent dead. A mansion where birthday celebrations repeat in fire and terror. A desert cursed by restless souls, and a stairwell that loops forever, trapping those who climb. Keep your lights low, your senses alert, and remember, in these stories, nothing is quite what it seems. The dormitory's sleeping quarters. They told us room 404 didn't exist, or if it did, it wasn't supposed to be assigned anymore. The woman at the reception desk said it with a tired smile, the kind people use when they're not sure if they're joking. 4th floor, west wing? Huh. Haven't given that one out in years. Outside, the fog had rolled down from the mountain, soft as wool and heavy as breath. Bergen in September, smells of rain and wood polish, the scent of new beginnings soaked in cold. Liv and I were dragging our suitcases through the long corridor of Street Edda Hall, the fluorescent lights above us flickering one by one like they were waking reluctantly. Our room was at the very end. The hallway bent slightly there, so that you couldn't see the door until you were right in front of it. When I did, I stopped walking. The number plate wasn't metal like the others. It looked painted on, uneven, like someone had brushed over the old numbers in a rush. The digits 404 were slightly smudged, just enough that the 0 looked like an eye, half closed. "This one's ours," Liv said, trying to sound cheerful. Her voice echoed in the narrow space. I nodded, though my throat felt dry. The door was stiff when I turned the key, as if it hadn't been opened in a long time. The inside smelled faintly of detergent and damp wood. 2 single beds, a window facing the courtyard, and a single desk lamp left on the sill, its cord unplugged but coiled neatly, like a snake waiting. We unpacked in silence for a while. The walls were pale gray, almost the color of skin underwater. Someone had scratched a faint mark above the headboard of Liv's bed. 3 lines, and a 4th, crossing through them. A counting mark. "I guess the last tenant liked keeping score," I said, half joking. "Score of what?" Liv asked. "Nights, maybe." She didn't laugh. That night, the fog outside thickened until the window turned into a mirror. Liv fell asleep quickly, one arm dangling off the bed, breathing steady. I lay awake longer, listening. There's a particular silence in dormitories after midnight, the kind that hums with all the small lives trying to rest at the same time. You can hear the electricity in the walls, the creak of wood cooling, the slow heartbeat of the building itself. I was almost drifting when I heard it. Thick. A soft, dull tap. I thought it came from the radiator at first, expanding with the cold. But then it came again. Vic. 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 Not random. Rhythmic. Measured, like someone drumming their fingers inside the wall. Liv stirred. I froze. The sound paused, then resumed slightly faster, matching the pulse in my neck. I whispered, "Liv, you hear that?" She groaned. "Probably the pipes," she mumbled, half asleep. Maybe it was. But I grew up in old houses. Pipes clank, they don't breathe. The tapping went on for what felt like an hour, never louder, never softer, just there, steady as a heartbeat. Then, around 3 in the morning, it stopped. Just stopped, so abruptly that the silence rang in my ears. In the morning, sunlight fell in thin stripes across Liv's face. She looked pale, but smiled when she saw me watching her. "Did you sleep?" I asked. "Not really, I had this dream." "About what?" "I don't remember," she said, frowning. "Just that someone kept asking me to stay awake." Her voice lingered in my mind as I looked toward the wall we shared with the next room. There was nothing unusual about it, but when I placed my palm flat against the plaster, it felt warm, as if something behind it had a pulse. That night, the tapping returned. Same rhythm, same place. But this time, when I pressed my ear against the wall, I thought I heard something beneath the sound. A voice, muffled and patient, whispering between the beats. I couldn't make out the words, but I remember the way it made me feel, like someone was on the other side of the wall, listening too, and waiting. It started the same way every night after that. The clock on my phone would blink 2:59 a.m., and before I could even brace myself, it began thick, thick, thick. The sound was steady, deliberate, and somehow intimate, like it was keeping time with my breathing. Some nights I'd try to ignore it, burying my head under the pillow, counting the seconds until it faded, but it never did. It only paused, as if waiting for me to listen. Liv didn't talk much during the days anymore. She'd sit by the window, eyes fixed on the fog outside. Her textbooks lay open but untouched, pages curling from the damp. When I asked if she'd heard the knocking again, she only smiled, thin, distracted. "You'll get used to it," she said once. "It helps me fall asleep." I didn't ask what she meant. By the fourth night, the rhythm had changed. It wasn't just tapping anymore, it was a pulse, faint but unmistakable. And when I pressed my ear against the wall, I could feel it more than hear it, like a slow, heavy heartbeat, deep within the plaster. That night, I recorded it. I set my phone on the nightstand, screen dim, microphone on. When I played it back the next morning, I expected static, maybe nothing. But between the thuds, there was something else, something my ears hadn't caught while half asleep. A voice, Zoft, Vet, whispering in Norwegian. I didn't understand the words, not all of them, but one sentence stood out, clear, close, like it was spoken directly into the mic. Holde Notne. I looked it up. It meant, keep your eyes open. I told Liv. She laughed, but her eyes didn't. Maybe it's just the neighbors. You know how sound travels in these old dorms. Then why only at 3 a.m.? Maybe. They study late. Her voice cracked on the last word. That night, she fell asleep before me again, too easily, too deep. Her breathing was heavy, uneven. At one point, she whispered something in her sleep, low and slurred, like she was answering someone I couldn't hear. I leaned closer. Her lips moved, shaping words that weren't her own. She can't sleep. Her eyes are open. She's waiting. Then silence. A single tear rolled down her cheek as she slept. The next day, I tried to talk to someone about it. The dorm warden, a woman in her 60s named Ingrid, laughed when I mentioned the noise. "That room," she said, lighting a cigarette in the doorway, "used to be empty. Nobody wanted it. You're the first ones in years." "Why?" I asked. "Because the students kept complaining about the noise, the walls, about seeing things in their dreams." Nonsense, of course. Did someone die there? She looked at me sharply. "People die everywhere, dear." Then she exhaled smoke, like that was supposed to end the conversation. That night, I couldn't bring myself to turn off the light. The glow from the lamp was weak, pale, like it was struggling to stay awake too. I opened my notebook, trying to study, but my mind wandered. The wall beside me was quiet, too quiet. I found myself missing the rhythm, absurdly comforted by its consistency. Then, as if on cue, Vic, Vic, Vic. I let out a shaky breath and whispered, without meaning to, "What do you want?" The knocking stopped. For several long seconds, the silence felt thick enough to drown in. Then a single reply so soft I thought I'd imagined it slid through the air. "Durest." I sat frozen for what must have been minutes, every muscle in my body tense, listening. But there was nothing else. Liv shifted in her bed, her eyes opened halfway, pupils unfocused, and she stared straight at me. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. She didn't respond. Her gaze flicked toward the wall, then back to me, and for a moment I thought she was awake. But her expression didn't change when she spoke. Her voice was calm, dreamlike. "Don't talk to her," she murmured. "She'll think you're willing." Then she turned over and fell silent again. The next morning, Liv looked terrible. Her skin was grayish, her eyes red-rimmed. She kept rubbing her temples, wincing at the light. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Just tired," she said. "You barely eat anymore." "I'm not hungry." I noticed her hands trembling slightly as she lifted her coffee cup. She looked at me over the rim and smiled weak. distracted. "You know what's strange?" she said. "I can't remember my dreams, but I wake up every morning feeling rested, completely empty." That night I tried sleeping with earbuds in, white noise, low volume music, anything to block it out. But even through the muffled sound, I felt the vibration, felt it through the bed frame, the floor, the air. It wasn't just in the wall anymore. It was everywhere. I sat up, turned off the music, and for the first time, I realized the tapping wasn't coming from the wall. It was coming through it, like something was on the other side, moving closer. I got out of bed, heart hammering. The dorm was silent, except for Liv's breathing deep, ragged, the sound of someone lost in a heavy sleep. The window was fogged, glowing faintly from the courtyard lights outside. I took a step closer to the wall. The plaster was cold beneath my fingertips. Then I felt it, just the faintest pressure, like another hand pressing back. I recoiled, stumbling into the nightstand. The lamp flickered. Liv didn't move. I whispered, "Who's there?" For a moment, nothing. Then very faint, almost kind, came the whisper, "Don't let her close her eyes." The next day, I skipped class. I couldn't focus. Liv slept almost all morning. She didn't respond when I shook her shoulder. Her skin was warm, too warm. I thought about calling the nurse, but when I touched her wrist, her pulse was slow, steady, peaceful. At noon, she sat up suddenly, gasping. "Liv? It's fine," she said, though she hadn't even opened her eyes. "She's quiet now." "Who?" "The one who watches." And her eyelids fluttered, revealing just a glimpse of her pupils, dark, dilated, almost black. "She likes you, Astrid." "Stop. You're scaring me," she said. "You stay awake too long." Then she lay back down, smiling faintly, and drifted off again. That evening, I asked Ingrid about the old tenants. She frowned when I mentioned Liv's behavior. "That room's always been strange," she admitted. "Last girl who stayed there 2 years ago never finished the semester." "Why not?" "She left a note. Said she couldn't sleep. Said the wall was breathing." Ingrid laughed awkwardly, like it was just a student's nervous breakdown. But I didn't laugh. It rained that night. The kind of rain that sounds like static, constant, suffocating. I thought the noise would drown everything out, but around 3 a.m. I woke up anyway. Not to tapping this time, to whispering. It was low, rhythmic, like a lullaby hummed through the floorboards. I sat up, scanning the dark. Liv was awake, or at least upright, sitting on the edge of her bed, facing the wall. Her hair hung loose, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Liv?" No answer. Her breathing was uneven, and I realized she was mumbling something, over and over. I leaned closer. The words were faint, almost a chant. "Eyes open, eyes open, eyes open." I switched on the lamp. She turned her head slowly toward me. Her eyes were wide, glassy, bloodshot. "She's almost asleep," Liv said, smiling weakly. "Just a little longer." That was the night I decided to move out. I started packing the next morning, shoving my clothes into my suitcase, hands shaking. Liv didn't even look up. She just whispered, half to herself, "You shouldn't leave her alone." "Liv, please, come with me. We'll talk to someone." "She doesn't want me anymore," Liv said softly. "She wants you." Her words landed like ice in my chest. "What do you mean?" "She said you keep listening." That night I stayed in the library until it closed. I couldn't face the room yet. When I finally returned, the hallway was empty, the air heavy with the smell of wet dust. The door to 404 was ajar. Inside, the light was off. Liv was asleep, or pretending to be. Her back rose and fell in slow rhythm. I set my bag down quietly, sitting on my bed, facing the wall. It was quiet. For the first time in weeks, there was no tapping, no whisper, just silence, and that silence felt wrong. I stared at the wall for what felt like hours. The shadows shifted slightly with the headlights passing outside. Then, Just before dawn, something new happened. Not a sound. A voice, right behind my ear. Clear, feminine, and unbearably tired. It's your turn to keep watch. I didn't sleep the next night either. Not really. I drifted somewhere between waking and something colder, where thoughts slipped like wet pages and every sound from the corridor bent out of shape. At some point, I woke to the sound of the radiator breathing, a metallic sigh pulsing from the corner. Liv was asleep again. Her body curled away from me, her breaths uneven and shallow. When I turned my head toward the wall, I realized something had changed. The rhythm, the knocking that had once been a steady thud, 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 had shifted. It was softer now, more deliberate, like someone tapping their fingernails across a table, not on the other side of the wall, but inside it. I sat up, blinking into the dim light leaking through the curtains. The air felt thicker tonight, heavy with that dampness that clings to your lungs, like fog you can't cough out. Bergen had rained again, of course. It always rained here, and yet I felt dry, parched. The next morning, Liv barely touched her breakfast. She looked worse, pale skin stretched thin, her lips dry and trembling when she spoke. "Did you hear it again?" I asked quietly. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she looked at me with those glassy eyes not quite focused, as though she were staring through me. "It doesn't stop," she whispered. "Even when I sleep. Especially then." That was when I decided to find out who used to live here. The university archives were tucked away in the library basement, the kind of place that smelled like forgotten paper and mildew. The librarian, a gray-haired man who moved like time had given up on him, only glanced up when I asked about room 404. "Fourth floor, St. Edahal?" "Yes," I said. He frowned, then pushed his glasses higher on his nose. "That floor's supposed to be sealed off years ago. Strange they put you there." I didn't answer. He disappeared behind a row of filing cabinets and came back with a yellowing binder. "You didn't hear this from me," he muttered, sliding it across the counter. "It's not official." Inside were photocopies of old incident reports, blurry, grainy, some half-faded with age. I flipped through them, my stomach tightening with each page. One name kept appearing. Siv Arneson, Ninetin, literature major, found in her dorm bed. Eyes open, unblinking. Cause of death: cardiac arrest under unknown circumstances. There was a note in the margin, handwritten in blue ink. Eyes appeared desiccated corneas, dry, no signs of moisture. The entry was dated 23 years ago, and below that, stapled to the report, was a photocopy of something that made my blood go still. A diary page. That evening, I brought the binder back to the room. Liv was asleep when I entered, or at least she looked like it. Her breathing was shallow, her eyelids twitching as if she were watching something behind them. The wall pulsed again. A soft thump. Thump, like a heartbeat buried in plaster. I placed the binder on the desk and opened the diary page. It began with ordinary details: rain, exams, missing home. But near the end, the handwriting changed. The neat loops dissolved into frantic scratches, as though written in darkness. The wall hums when I lie down. It breathes with me. There is someone inside. She whispers when I almost fall asleep. Last night, I woke up, and she was sitting at the end of the bed. Her eyes were open, but she wasn't looking at me. She said she needed someone to rest for her. I told her I was tired. She smiled. She said, "Then close your eyes, and I will take care of them." The last line was smeared, as though the ink had been dragged by a tear or a shaking hand. I looked toward Liv. Her eyes fluttered beneath closed lids, and she whispered something I couldn't hear. The following day, I told myself I wouldn't come back here after class. I'd go out, walk the harbor, sit in a cafe, do anything but return to that room. But as night fell, something drew me back. A low pull in my chest, almost magnetic. The hallway to 404 smelled of damp plaster and dust. The lights flickered as they always did. When I reached our door, I paused. There was a faint sound coming from inside. Not the tapping this time, a soft rustling, like paper being turned. The journal. I opened the door. Liv sat at my desk, the old binder open before her, her fingers tracing the edges of Siv's diary page. Her hair hung over her face like wet silk. Liv? She didn't turn. It's beautiful, she said softly. Her handwriting. It's like she's still here. I swallowed. Where did you find this page? It was under my pillow. Her voice was distant, dreamlike. I think she wants me to finish it. I took a step closer. The lamp's light fell across the desk and I saw something written in fresh ink beneath the old words. Not Siv's shaky scrawl. Liv's. Her eyes won't stay closed. I tried, but they always open again. My stomach dropped. Liv, I said quietly. Put the pen down. She didn't move. Her hand trembled slightly, the pen still hovering above the page. She doesn't like the light, Liv murmured. She says it dries her out. No. And then, without warning, the lamp flickered and died. Darkness. The rain outside turned harsh, slashing against the glass. The wall began to knock again, slow, rhythmic, patient. Sud. 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 Liv's breath quickened. She's here, she whispered. She's behind it. I scrambled for my phone, turned on the flashlight. The pale cone of light fell over Liv's face, her eyes wide open, pupils huge and glassy. She was staring at the wall. There, beneath the peeling paint, I could see faint indentations, 5 small impressions, like fingertips pressing outward. I felt my throat tighten. Liv, we have to go. But she only smiled. A small, trembling smile. She says she's almost done. She just needs one more page. The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was worse, thick, unnatural. And then I heard it, a whisper, faint but unmistakable, coming from the wall itself. Help me sleep. Liv's eyes rolled back, her body going rigid. I caught her before she hit the floor, but she was already cold, her skin clammy, her breath shallow. Something brushed against my wrist. I looked down and saw a line of wet ink running along my arm. Words, written in the same frantic hand as Siv's diary. She's awake now. I dragged Liv into the corridor, heart pounding, not daring to look back. The air outside the room felt different, cleaner, lighter, but when I turned, I saw the door still slightly ajar, the faintest line of light leaking through the gap at the bottom, and in that light I could swear I saw movement, like someone shifting just beyond the doorframe, the sound of a pen scratching against paper. I stayed the night in the common lounge, curled up on the couch, trying not to think about the wall, the words, the cold that had crawled into my bones. When dawn came, I returned to 404. Liv was still asleep. Peacefully. This time, too peacefully. The binder was gone. In its place, on the desk, was a single page. Thank you, Estrid. I can sleep now. Keep your eyes open. The signature at the bottom was blurred, half Siv, half Liv. And the wall? It was silent. For now. I don't remember the last time I really slept. I must have closed my eyes at some point, maybe an hour here, a few minutes there, but it's not rest. It's waiting. The kind of stillness that presses against your ribs like a hand. Liv hasn't woken up since that night. They moved her to Haukeland Hospital 3 days ago. The doctor said her body was stable, but her mind was somewhere else. One of them, a young woman with tired eyes, told me Liv's brain activity resembled someone dreaming, even while awake. She said it was impossible. I wanted to tell her about the journal, about Siv, about the voice in the wall, but I could already see the disbelief forming behind her polite nod. So I just said, please, don't let her sleep alone. The doctor looked at me strangely before closing the curtain. I tried moving out of Street Edda Hall after that. I packed my things, dragged the suitcase down the hallway, and stopped at the stairwell. Then I froze. The air there was different, thicker, colder, as if I'd stepped underwater. The sound of rain against the windows faded. In its place came something softer, breathing, not my own. A slow, steady inhale and exhale, echoing from the corridor behind me. When I turned, the hallway was empty. The doors all closed, lights buzzing faintly above. But the sound continued. It wasn't coming from the corridor. It was coming from my suitcase. I unzipped it slowly. Inside, between my clothes, was the binder, the one that had vanished from our desk. Its pages were swollen with damp, the ink bleeding at the edges. When I opened it, there was a new page added at the back. Don't leave yet. You haven't finished watching. That night, I stayed, not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that something would follow me if I left. The rain against the windows had turned to sleet. The city outside was a gray hush of fog and light. I sat on the bed, staring at the wall. Nothing happened for hours. And then, around 3 a.m., the sound began again. Not the knocking this time. A whisper, faint, circular, looping back on itself like breath caught in a vent. "You're still awake, aren't you?" My throat tightened. I didn't answer. "She's sleeping now. You watched her. You helped." The voice was neither male nor female, just tired, drawn out, soaked with something ancient. I gripped the blanket. "What do you want?" The eyes. A pause. "Yours stay open too long." The air in the room grew sharp, almost metallic, as though I were breathing through wire. The faint hum from the radiator faltered. I heard a soft scrape from inside the wall like nails on plaster, dragging upward. My vision blurred, and for a moment I saw her. Not clearly. Just a silhouette forming through the layers of paint, a face pressed against the inside of the wall, eyes wide and lidless, mouth parted as though mid-sigh. Her outline pulsed with every beat of my heart. When I blinked, she was gone. Only the faint smear of moisture remained, seeping through the plaster. I reached out. The spot was cold, not the kind of cold you can pull your hand away from, but the kind that spreads inward, latching to your bones. Then something moved beneath my palm. A small vibration, gentle, rhythmic. Like a pulse, the wall was breathing. I started hearing things after that. Not voices exactly, but sounds tucked into silence. The chair shifting when I wasn't looking. A page turning, though I hadn't touched the book. Every time I glanced up, I caught sight of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow that wasn't cast by anything visible. And the worst part? It wasn't just at night anymore. During the day, I'd walk across campus and see her reflection in puddles, a blur of pale skin, open eyes, hair clinging wet against her face. Once, in the cafeteria window, I thought I saw Liv standing behind me, her mouth moving as though whispering something. When I turned, there was no one. On the fourth night, I woke to the sound of scratching. It came from the ceiling this time. Steady, deliberate, like something carving words into the beams. I turned on the lamp, but the bulb only flickered weakly, throwing shapes across the walls that didn't quite match the furniture. I stood on the desk, heart pounding, and shone my phone's light upward. There were words, carved deep into the wood, right above my bed, eyes never close. And each letter looked freshly gouged, the wood dust still clinging to the edges. And then I heard the faintest sound, a quiet, wet exhale, inches from my ear. I spun around. No one. But when I looked back at the ceiling, there was a second line now, fresh enough that flakes still fell as I watched. Astrid watches now. I stopped going to class. I stopped answering calls. Every sound felt wrong, distant, warped, as though the world outside had tilted just a little. I spent most of my time staring at the wall, listening, trying to understand the rhythm. Thud, pause, thud, almost like a heartbeat. Not one heartbeat, two. I don't know how long I sat there, counting. When I blinked, hours had passed. The daylight outside had turned to slate. The sky pressed down low enough to touch. I turned back to the desk and froze. The binder had opened again, though I hadn't touched it. The latest page was blank, except for a single sentence written in dark, glistening ink. Write what you see. My hands moved before I could think. The pen felt cold and heavy between my fingers. I began to write the wall, the voice, the tapping, the face, Each word poured out faster, more frantic, until I wasn't sure whose handwriting it was anymore. My vision tunneled. The sound of breathing grew louder, not from the wall this time, but from behind me. Slow, patient, matching mine. When I turned, I saw myself, standing by the window. She looked exactly like me, same hair, same sweater, same trembling hand holding a pen. But her eyes were open wider, too wide, glistening like wet glass. She smiled, lips barely moving. "You're almost ready." The room folded in on itself. When I woke, it was morning. The binder lay closed on the desk again. Liv's bed was empty, sheets undisturbed. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd dreamed it all. Then I looked in the mirror. There were ink stains on my fingertips, and on my neck 5 faint marks, shaped like fingers. I tried scrubbing them off in the sink, but the skin beneath had gone pale, almost translucent. The veins underneath pulsed faintly, like roots. The sound came again, soft, rhythmic, not from the wall, from me. By the end of the week, I stopped pretending. I knew what was happening. The journal wasn't finished. The story needed someone to keep watching, someone to stay awake. Liv had done her part. Now it was mine. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear her voice faint, like an echo down a long corridor. And sometimes, another voice answers her. She's not dreaming anymore. I don't know how long it's been since that night. The clocks all show different times now. The sky outside stays gray, as if the sun forgot how to rise. The wall is quiet mostly, but sometimes I hear a faint tapping, not from the other side, from inside my own head, like something small and patient, knocking from behind my eyes. Pause. Thud. I try not to listen, but I always do. Sometimes, when I sit at the desk, I can still smell Liv's perfume, that faint lavender scent she used to spray before bed. It lingers near the corner, where the plaster darkens from damp. Last night I found something new written there, barely visible under the flickering light. "Thank you for watching. She sleeps well." And below it, in handwriting that looks a little too much like mine, "Rest now. I'll take your turn." I think I understand now what the legend meant. The sleeping quarters. It wasn't about ghosts haunting the dorm. It was about the dorm using us. Each student, a caretaker for the one before. Each pair of eyes, a watchful offering. It's not the dead who haunt this place. It's the awake. I can feel it even as I write this, that pull behind my eyes, that weight pressing down from the inside. If I stop writing, I'll start seeing her again. If I start sleeping, I'll become her. So, I'll keep writing, until the ink runs dry, until the walls stop breathing, or until someone else moves into room 404. And here's the knocking. The night of the final watch began with silence. Not the kind that soothes or rests, but the kind that feels like a wound, raw, pulsing, expectant. Outside, the fjord lay frozen beneath a shell of moonlight, and the wind carried nothing but the faint toll of the bell that no longer existed. I sat by the fire in the watchtower, the same chair where Henrik had spent his last night awake. His coat still hung by the door, a heavy gray wool thing smelling faintly of salt and iron. I told myself I'd keep it there until spring, but I knew spring would not come to this place again. There are sounds only the lonely can hear. The way the ice breathes as it thickens, the faint sighs of walls remembering warmth, the whispers of a sea that wants to be heard again. They had been growing louder each night, threading through my thoughts, curling into my dreams. I opened the journal, the one I'd found beneath Henrik's cot, bound in leather and marked with the salt rings of old tears. Its last entry was dated a week before he vanished. The wall speaks more clearly now. It remembers names. It remembers us. Len. I had read that line so many times it had lost all meaning. But tonight, as the candle flame wavered and the air turned heavy, I began to understand. Because the wall had begun to whisper to me too. The first word it ever spoke was stay. I'd been gathering driftwood near the base of the tower when I felt a vibration in the stone, faint as a heartbeat. The wind had died, the waves too still. I pressed my palm against the wall, and for a moment it pressed back. Stay. Since then, the whispers had become nightly visitors. At first, I tried to answer. I'd murmur back like a fool, asking who they were, what they wanted. But all they ever did was repeat me, my words twisted, hollowed, sent back to me in a voice that wasn't mine. Now, in the firelight, I heard them again. Astrid. It came from the wall behind me. Not inside my head, not memory or dream, but from within the stone. I turned. Slowly. The texture of the granite seemed to ripple in the candlelight, like frost melting in reverse. A shadow pulsed beneath it, tracing a shape too fluid to belong to stone. I reached for the oil lamp and lifted it, its flame trembling. You kept the watch? It breathed. You stayed. The voice was neither man nor woman, but layered hundreds, maybe thousands of voices woven into one trembling harmony. I don't understand, I whispered. You will. The wall throbbed once, then went still. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat awake, watching the ice shift through the window, listening to the sea hum beneath its own prison. Somewhere below, the bell, the one that had been swallowed by the fjord years ago, began to toll again. 3 slow chimes, then silence. I knew what it meant. Henrik had written it too in one of his last entries. When the bell calls thrice, the sea remembers who it lost. I lit the lantern and descended the stairs. The air was colder than death itself, sharp and biting. The further I went, the more the tower seemed to pulse with life faintly breathing, as though stone had veins and the wind was its blood. At the base, the floor opened into a hollow I'd never seen before, a fissure leading into the cliffside. The air that came through it was damp and old, like exhaled centuries. The whispers guided me in, closer. Astrid, you have seen what waits in silence. Aye. My footsteps echoed against the tunnel's ribs of stone. The deeper I went, the louder the voices became, until they weren't whispers anymore, they were pleas. Finish the watch. End the forgetting. And then, I saw it. The wall, the one they had always spoken of, wasn't just part of the tower. It stretched deep underground, carved by hands that had never known warmth. Faces bloomed from its surface like flowers of grief, their mouths open in silent screams. Their eyes, or where eyes once were, glowed faintly with the pallor of drowned light. Among them was Henrik. He looked at peace. His lips moved without sound, but I knew what he was saying. You stayed. I don't remember falling. Only the cold that swallowed me, and the feeling of being seen by something far older than the sea. When I awoke, dawn was breaking over the fjord. The air outside was still, untouched. The tower above me loomed like a monument to nothingness. But something had changed. Where the wall had been, the breathing one, the whispering one, there was now smooth, untouched stone. No faces, no cracks, only silence. Henrik's journal lay open beside me, its final page blank. The ink from the earlier entries had bled, as though the words themselves had tried to escape. I closed it gently. The fire in the watchtower had gone out. The bell no longer tolled. The sea was quiet. That was 3 nights ago. Since then, I've kept the final watch. Every dawn, I light the lantern and stand by the window, watching the ice stretch across the fjord. Every dusk, I listen, waiting for the wall to breathe again. But it doesn't. Maybe that's the peace Henrik found. Maybe silence is what the dead sound like when they rest. Still, sometimes, when the wind turns from the east, I think I can hear it again, faint as a sigh, curling through the cracks between the stones. A voice I once knew. Stay. And I do. Because someone must keep the watch. Someone must remember, even if the wall no longer does. The oak cradle. I don't remember what first drew me to it. Perhaps it was the sheen of age beneath the listing's dull light, or the way the photograph, slightly blurred, almost reverent, captured the cradle's curved silhouette. like something half remembered from a dream. The auction page said, Victorian oak cradle, circa 1,870 seconds. Condition, weathered, structurally sound. Origin, unknown. But beneath the short description, there was a line in smaller text, faint as though the seller had typed it and then thought better of it. It read, recovered from the basement of the Ormskirk maternity house, demolished 1,978. I stared at that line far longer than I should have. I'd always collected antiques, things with histories, things that had survived longer than their owners. There's a kind of comfort in that, an illusion that decay is reversible, that the past doesn't disappear but only lingers in wood grain and dust. But this cradle felt different. I couldn't quite name why. The longer I looked at it, the more I felt like it was looking back. When the bidding closed, I'd won. No one else had placed a single bid. It arrived 3 weeks later, wrapped in old muslin and brown paper that smelled faintly of mildew and rain. The courier, a man with windburned cheeks, looked relieved when I signed for it. Bit of a strange piece, that one, he said, rubbing his hands together. Seller told me it came from some hospital ruins. Said you might want to air it out before bringing it inside. He laughed, but it was a short, nervous sound. I carried the cradle into my living room. It was heavier than I'd expected, as though the wood had soaked up the weight of years. The oak was dark, almost black, with a deep patina that gleamed under my lamp. Along the rim, faint carvings curled like vines. Unfamiliar shapes, perhaps floral, perhaps something else. The interior was lined with brittle linen, yellowed with time. When I touched it, a shiver traveled up my fingers. The wood was cold. Not cool from storage or weather, but cold in a way that felt deliberate, like something within it refused warmth. Still, it was beautiful in its way. Old things often are. I set it near the window of my study, between a carved chair and a bookshelf of old ledgers. Outside, the night pressed against the glass December in Oslo is all shadow and frost, a stillness that swallows sound. It felt fitting, somehow, that the cradle should come here, into this quiet. I spent the evening cataloging it for my collection records. The wood grain was tight, polished in places by hands long gone. The underside bore a faint inscription, half worn away. For her rest, it was probably nothing. Most old pieces have inscriptions, dedications, prayers, names of infants who'd long since turned to dust. But when I traced the letters with my fingertip, I noticed something odd. The groove of each letter was deeper on one side, as though someone had carved them from inside the wood rather than onto it. I laughed at the thought. Impossible, of course, but still, the unease lingered. That night, the first sound came, a soft click. 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 It took me a while to place it. The wind outside was strong, rattling the window latch, so I thought it might have been that. But when I paused and held my breath, I realized the sound was coming from inside the room. I turned my head slowly. The cradle moved, only slightly, like something had just shifted its weight inside it. The muslin covering fluttered. I froze. The sound stopped. My pulse thundered in my ears. I waited for the logical explanation. Uneven floorboards, air pressure, my imagination, anything. After a minute, I approached it. The muslin was still. I reached out, lifted a corner. Nothing. Only the stale scent of wood polish and something faintly floral like lavender dried too long in a jar. I didn't sleep much that night. In the morning, the cradle sat exactly where I'd left it. Sunlight made the carving seem almost benign, domestic, gentle even. I told myself I'd been tired. The human mind fills silence with ghosts when it's deprived of sleep. But I did notice one thing. The muslin cover, which I'd folded neatly over the cradle, was slightly askew, like someone had brushed it aside. There was also a mark, a thin, curved indentation on the inside of the linen lining, about the size of a hand, a very small hand. I took a photograph from my records. Then I pulled the cover tight again. The emails from the seller began that afternoon. At first they were ordinary enough confirmation of delivery, request for feedback. But the second message came a day later, with no subject line, just a single sentence. If you hear it, don't look inside. I thought it was a prank. I even laughed. But when I tried to reply, the email bounced back. The address didn't exist anymore. I checked the original listing again. The seller's name had been removed. The page showed, item no longer available. That night, I dreamt of a lullaby, a melody I couldn't place, sung in a woman's voice, the words lost beneath the sound of rain and wood creaking. When I woke, the air smelled like lavender again. On the third night, the sound returned, not the clicking this time, but a soft rhythm, like someone tapping their fingers against wood, slow, patient, almost affectionate. Talk, talk, talk. It came from the cradle, steady as a heartbeat. I sat up in bed, my breath caught somewhere between fear and fascination. The sound stopped as soon as I moved. I waited, staring into the dark. When it began again, it was quieter, closer. I turned on the lamp. The cradle stood by the window, motionless, but the muslin cover had slipped to the floor. For a moment, I thought I saw something shift in the shadows within it, something small, pale. But when I blinked, the space was empty again, still. The scent was stronger now, lavender, and beneath it, something else, something faintly metallic. I spent the next day convincing myself it was nothing. Objects can hold smells. Sound can travel oddly in old houses. Rational explanations are the scaffolding of sanity, and I clung to them. But that evening, as I sat writing in my journal, I noticed something peculiar. My pen had started to drag ink pooling at the edges of each letter, as though the page resisted it. The air in the room felt heavier, denser somehow. The cradle, though unmoving, seemed present as though it had drawn closer, even though it hadn't moved an inch. I wrote down the thought, just to see how it looked on paper. The cradle doesn't want to be empty. The words unsettled me the moment I saw them. I crossed them out, but the indentation of the pen remained, faintly visible even through the next page. Later that night, a storm came in from the fjord. The wind moaned against the eaves, sleet clattering against the windows. I should have felt comforted by the noise storms make a kind of order out of chaos, but it only made the silence between the gusts feel sharper. That's when I heard the lullaby again. It was coming from the cradle, faint at first, like a memory replayed from another room, then clearer, the tune lilting, tender, and unbearably sad. I couldn't make out the words. They were old foreign maybe, but the melody trembled with longing, like a mother's voice singing to a child she'd never see again. I rose slowly, my bare feet cold on the floorboards. The smell of lavender filled my throat until it almost choked me. The cradle swayed slightly, creaking with the rhythm of the song. I stood beside it. My hands trembled. "Who's there?" I whispered. The cradle stilled. For a heartbeat, there was only the storm outside. Then, softly, so softly I almost missed it, a single sound came from within. A sigh. A sound like something small exhaling. Content. After a long wait. I didn't open the cradle that night. I couldn't. Instead, I sat by the window until dawn, watching the snow gather in silence, the cradle gleaming faintly beside me. When morning finally came, the muslin was still. The lullaby was gone. But as I reached to pull the curtains closed, I noticed a smear on the glass, something oily, faint, shaped like a tiny handprint. And for the first time since I'd bought it, the cradle no longer seemed empty. The scent was stronger the next morning. Not the faint trace I'd come to expect, but a living presence, thick, cloying, sweet to the point of nausea. Lavender. It seeped into my clothes, my hair, the curtains. Even when I stepped outside to clear my head, I could still smell it on my skin. I told myself it was the wood. Perhaps something inside the oak fibers had released the scent when warmed by the radiator. Old polish, maybe, or mold. But the scent wasn't constant. It breathed. There were moments when the air thinned, and the lavender would fade like a dying note. Then, just as I began to relax, it would return fresh, sharp, and close. as though the cradle exhaled. That was the first morning I couldn't bring myself to touch it. I began moving around the cradle more carefully, like one skirts a sleeping animal. Each time I passed it, the floorboards creaked, and I would pause, listening for a response. The house was silent, but silence has a texture. When you live alone, it thickens when you're being watched. I started leaving the window open, hoping the draft would carry the smell away. But each night, when the temperature dropped and the frost glittered on the sill, the lavender returned. Not as a scent now, but as a taste, like something pressing against the back of my tongue, dry and perfumed. That night, the crying began. It was faint, so faint that at first I thought it was the wind catching on the gutters. A small, broken sound, the kind you only ever hear in the first seconds after a newborn takes breath. Thin, questioning, incomplete. But it wasn't the wind. It came again softer this time, muffled, as if from behind cloth. None. None. I froze at my desk, pen hovering above the page. The sound repeated, steady, distant, but unmistakably human, and it was coming from the cradle. I remember standing so still that my pulse began to ache in my throat. My mind raced through possibilities. Pipes, drafts, radio interference. Anything but the obvious. The house had no neighbors nearby, no infants, no families. Just me, and the thing I'd brought home. The crying stopped the moment I moved. I sat there for a long time after that, too frightened to breathe. Later, I dreamt again of water dripping, of a small body wrapped in muslin, floating in darkness, and somewhere above it a woman's voice whispering, "Sleep, my love, sleep so mother can rest." The following day, I forced myself to investigate. I refused to let fear make me superstitious. I brought gloves, a flashlight, even my camera. The cradle looked as it always had, innocent, still. But when I leaned closer, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A faint seam along the base, too deliberate to be a crack. It was the outline of a small drawer. I pried it open carefully. Inside was a folded scrap of linen, yellow and stiff. Beneath it, a bracelet, tiny, silver, bent and tarnished. The kind they used to put around infants' wrists in hospitals. It had a name etched into the metal. Ira. I whispered it aloud without meaning to. The name tasted like frost. There was also a date, barely visible. 1954. And beneath it, a number hand engraved, uneven. I should have felt triumphant proof of the cradle's provenance, a collector's delight. Instead, I felt sick. The air grew cold, the lavender stronger, and I had the sudden absurd impression that I'd intruded upon something private. I closed the drawer and backed away. That evening, as I tried to sleep, the crying began again. It was clearer this time, closer. A child's cry, no longer muffled but plaintive, echoing faintly through the room. And beneath it, something else. The creak of the cradle, swaying gently. I sat up, heart hammering, and reached for the lamp. My hand hesitated above the switch. Some instinct, deep and primitive, told me not to look. If you hear it, don't look inside. The words from that vanished email. They returned now like a curse, remembered too late. The crying continued, rhythmic and slow, almost soothing. It didn't sound like pain. It sounded like loneliness. I whispered into the dark, "What do you want?" The crying stopped, and then from the cradle came a sound so soft I almost believed I'd imagined it. A woman's sigh, tired, broken, relieved. The next morning, I found something strange. The silver bracelet, the one from the drawer, now lay on the floor beside the cradle, gleaming faintly in the dawn light. I hadn't touched it since the night before, and the muslin inside the cradle was no longer smooth. It was creased, as if something had been lying there. I tried to move it back to my storage room, but each time I touched the cradle, my chest tightened, my breath shortening. By the third attempt, I was trembling so violently that I gave up and left it where it was. Later that day, I called the auction house, hoping for some record of the seller. The receptionist checked, paused, and said the item had come from a private estate clearance. No contact details remained. When I pressed her, she hesitated before saying, "That batch came from Ormskirk County, from the site of the old maternity hospital, actually. Most of it was condemned waste." She lowered her voice. "They shouldn't have been selling it at all." That night, I didn't turn off the lights. I sat in the living room with tea gone cold, pretending to read, but my eyes kept drifting toward the cradle. Every time the house creaked, I flinched. Around midnight, the air shifted. It's a subtle thing. That moment when warmth drains from a room. The radiator was still humming, but I could see my breath. The lavender was everywhere now, dense, almost choking. And under it, faint but unmistakable, was the scent of wet soil. Then, the crying started again. This time, it wasn't faint. It filled the room. I rose slowly, the sound vibrating through my chest. It wasn't coming from the cradle now, it was coming through it, as if the wood itself were resonating with a memory. Each sob was drawn out, hollow and utterly real. He knelt, shaking. "Era?" I whispered. I don't know why I said her name. It just came. The crying faltered, then, slowly, turned into something else. A hum. A low, broken tune. The same melody from my dreams. The lullaby. I felt tears sting my eyes. "It's okay," I said without thinking. "You can rest now." The lullaby stopped, and then, for the first time, something answered. A whisper. Barely audible, so close it seemed to brush against my ear. "No, Mother. You first." The lights flickered. A chill passed through the room like a sigh of air drawn through a crypt. I stumbled backward, knocking over the tea. The cradle rocked violently once, then stilled. The smell faded as suddenly as it had come. Silence swallowed everything. I waited for the crying to return, but it didn't. Not that night. Instead, I dreamt of the cradle again. Only now I was lying inside it. The wood was warm beneath me. Above, someone hummed the lullaby, a hand brushing my hair with infinite tenderness. I wanted to see her face. I couldn't. When I woke, dawn light spilled across the room. My hand was resting on the floor beside me, and curled in my palm was a single thread of muslin, soft, damp, smelling faintly of lavender. By afternoon, I'd convinced myself it was all stress. I hadn't slept properly in days. My work was suffering. Collectors of the macabre sometimes see what they wish to find. I knew that. I told myself I would take a break, sell the cradle, forget all about it. But when I tried to move it again, something had changed. The base of the cradle, the part where the secret drawer had been, was warped. A faint, rhythmic sound came from within, like a heartbeat slowed by sleep. Tum, tum, tum. And from the crack along its side, I saw it, a thin line of moisture trickling down the grain, like tears. That evening, I left the house. I walked until my legs ached through the fog-drenched streets, past the frozen harbor, until the cold bit through my coat. I didn't go anywhere in particular. I just needed distance. But even out there, in the open air, I could smell lavender. It followed me, threading through the mist, seeping from my skin like it lived in me now. When I returned home, the front door was ajar. I froze. Inside, the house was quiet. My shoes left damp prints on the floorboards as I stepped into the hall. The air felt wrong, thick, saturated. And then I heard it, a cooing. Soft, rhythmic, familiar. It was coming from the study. The cradle was rocking gently. No wind, no movement. Just a steady sway like invisible hands were soothing. Something unseen. The muslin was pulled tight now, the shape beneath it unmistakable. Small, curled, breathing. I stood there numb, the rational world collapsing around me. The muslin fluttered once barely, and I caught a glimpse of something pale beneath it. A tiny hand, limp and translucent, slid out for the briefest second before vanishing again. I wanted to scream, to run, but something else held me there. Something that wasn't fear. It was recognition, because in that instant, the lullaby returned, and I remembered where I'd heard it before, years ago, a hospital. A song I used to hum softly, quietly while the monitor beside me flickered red against a bundle wrapped in white, the child I never brought home. My knees buckled. I pressed a hand against my mouth, sobbing, trembling with something beyond comprehension. The cradle creaked once more, and from within came the same voice as before. Sweet, wrong, and terribly familiar. Mother, don't cry. It's your turn to sleep. The night after the second cry, I stopped trying to explain anything. The lavender scent had become part of the air itself, woven into the curtains, soaked into the grain of the oak cradle. No amount of open windows or diffusers could dispel it. I began avoiding the nursery altogether. But avoidance has its gravity. The more I stayed away, the more I heard it. The small sounds that traveled through walls, soft knocks, creaks, and that faint rhythmic motion like something gently rocking itself to sleep. By the third night, I started keeping the bedroom door open, just a little. I told myself I was only trying to prove there was nothing to fear, but deep down, I knew I was waiting for something to reveal itself. It came at 2:17 a.m., a hush before the sound, then a dull thud from the nursery like a toy falling, or a drawer sliding shut. I froze, holding my breath. The lavender smell drifted again, not faint this time, but dense, syrupy, as though someone had uncorked a bottle of perfume right beside my face. My phone screen glowed weakly on the bedside table. 2:18, I whispered to myself. It's just wood settling, but wood doesn't hum. That's what it was now, a hum, low and uneven, as if someone were trying to imitate a lullaby but didn't remember how it went. The sound seemed to pulse from the cradle itself, a vibration in the floorboards. I grabbed the flashlight and forced myself into the nursery. The cradle sat in the middle of the room, half lit by the street lamp outside. Its carved edges caught the light like ripples of water. Something about the shadow beneath it was wrong, too deep, too still. The hum stopped. When I stepped closer, I stood there, flashlight trembling in my hand, until I noticed it, the faintest sliver of a seam along the bottom panel, a thin line that shouldn't have been there. A drawer. I crouched, running my fingers along the underside. The wood was cold. Not just cool from the air, cold like metal left out in frost. I found a small lip, pried gently, and heard a soft click. The drawer slid open no more than 2 inches before the smell of lavender hit me like a slap. Beneath it, another scent crept through, something sweet but sour, almost like milk gone bad. I swallowed hard and pulled the drawer all the way out. Inside lay a folded scrap of linen, yellowed and stiff. Resting atop it was a silver bracelet, small enough to fit around a newborn's wrist. It was broken cleanly in half. The tag still clung to it, embossed with faded lettering. Ward B, Infant 314. I couldn't look away. The tiny engraving shimmered in the flashlight's beam. 314. A meaningless number, but one that felt strangely deliberate, heavy. As I lifted the bracelet, a draft stirred through the room. The cradle began to rock. Slowly, gently, like something invisible was cradling it back to sleep. The lullaby returned, but it wasn't humming this time, it was singing. Sleep, my child. Sleep and see. Mother's here beneath the tree. The voice was small, genderless, and distant, as though it came from a well dug deep beneath the house. I stumbled backward, clutching the bracelet, the flashlight beam jerking wildly across the walls. Every time the light passed the cradle, it moved, rocking harder, faster. The drawer slammed shut with a sharp snap, and just like that, the room fell silent. When morning came, the bracelet was gone. I swore I'd placed it on my nightstand before collapsing into uneasy sleep, but when I woke, all that remained was the faint outline of dust where it had lain. I searched the floor, the sheets, even inside the cradle again. Nothing. In its place, however, was something else. A wet, oval stain in the center of the cradle's bedding, no larger than a handprint. The fabric beneath was damp to the touch, though the room itself was dry. The lavender scent was thicker than ever. I sat on the floor beside it, shaking. That was when I noticed the photograph tucked between the mattress slats. It was black and white, glossy, and brittle around the edges. A nurse holding a small bundle wrapped in cloth, her face blurred by time. Behind her stood a wall of cribs, each tagged with a number, and faintly visible at the bottom, ink smeared but legible. Street Wren's maternity home, 1951. I remembered the auction listing mentioning a demolished maternity ward. I'd laughed it off then, thinking it just added to the mystique. Now I couldn't stop staring at that name. Street Wren's. The back of the photo had a faint scrawl in pencil. Return 3:14 a.m. That night, I couldn't bring myself to turn off the lights. The nursery door stayed closed, but I could feel the air shifting behind it, like someone walking circles in that small space. Every few minutes, the house groaned the slow complaint of old wood, or something heavier moving upstairs. At exactly 3:14 a.m., the baby monitor I'd left unplugged on the dresser turned on by itself. Static, then a faint, wet breath. Ma. Ma. I lunged for the plug, yanking it out of the wall, but the sound didn't stop. The monitor's light flickered, even though it wasn't connected to anything. And from the nursery, through the closed door, came the unmistakable creak of the cradle rocking again. Once, twice, 3 times, then silence. Morning brought no comfort. I searched the internet for Street Wren's maternity home, but most records ended abruptly in 1952. A fire had destroyed the building, no survivors were listed. A local archive site mentioned the tragedy was one of several linked to a tuberculosis outbreak in infants. But that was all. No enfant des 314. No bracelet. No mention of lavender. That night, I left the cradle in the living room, as far from my bedroom as possible. Stille 3:14 a.m. I woke to the scent of lavender filling my lungs, the sound of wood creaking, a child's breath at my ear. Mama, you found it. I turned slowly toward the mirror across the room. For an instant, just long enough to be real, I saw a reflection that wasn't mine. A small shape standing beside the cradle, one hand reaching into the air as if asking to be held, and on its tiny wrist, the silver bracelet, whole again. The next morning, I found something carved into the floorboards beside the cradle. Not words, just numbers. The oak had splintered around it, as though the wood itself had been gouged from within. I stared at the mark for a long time before realizing there was something else. Faint but visible, running beneath the carved number. A seam, another drawer, hid taper. And this time, I wasn't sure I wanted to know what was inside. I didn't sleep after finding the numbers. The carving 314 stared up from the floor like an open wound. Every time I looked away, I could still see it behind my eyelids, glowing faintly as if branded there. Morning light came weak and colorless, seeping through the curtains like diluted milk. The house was silent, except for the occasional sigh of wood and wind against glass. The cradle, sitting motionless in the corner of the room, seemed to be waiting, not still waiting. For hours I hovered near it, circling like something drawn into orbit. The urge to open the second drawer gnawed at me, but so did the dread that doing so might feed it somehow, whatever it was. I tried to distract myself. I washed dishes, made tea, even took a walk around the block, but the scent of lavender followed me everywhere. Faint at first, then thicker as the day wore on, clinging to my hair, my sleeves, the lining of my throat. By the time dusk fell, I'd made my choice. If the cradle was hungry, I needed to know what it was hungry for. I brought tools from the shed, a screwdriver, a small pry bar, gloves. The air in the nursery felt colder than the rest of the house, as though winter had crept in through a crack I couldn't see. The moment I touched the cradle, the wood pulsed faintly under my hand, a subtle warmth at its core. I crouched down and pressed along the edges of the floorboard where the seam ran. My fingers found the indentation again, thin, deliberate, like the outline of a drawer, sealed long ago. With a small push, The panel gave. A faint hiss escaped, like air being exhaled. Then the smell hit me sickly sweet, halfway between decay and perfume. Inside was a narrow compartment lined with cloth darkened by years of moisture. Resting at the center was a small glass jar. Something pale floated within. I held it up to the light. At first, I thought it was a piece of wax. Then I saw the shape, the soft curvature of fingers pressed together, impossibly small. A hand. I dropped the jar. It rolled across the floor and stopped beside my foot without breaking. Inside, the hand twitched. Just once. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. The whole cradle shuddered, wood groaning as if in pain, then began to rock itself. The motion grew faster, louder, until the jar rattled against the boards. A thin line of blood or something like it seeped from the corner of the drawer, tracing the grain of the oak, and beneath the chaos, I heard it again. Mama. The cry was no longer distant. It came from inside the cradle. I screamed without meaning to, and the sound seemed to startle the room. The rocking stopped. The air hung heavy and wet, thick with lavender and iron. Then, slowly, the cradle tilted toward me as though leaning in. I couldn't move. The hand in the jar pressed itself against the glass, palm out. I could see the faint suggestion of nails, translucent, forming crescents. Then, impossibly, a tiny mouth opened on the wrist, just a slit, and whispered, not in words, but in sound, a pleading whimper. And I knew then that this wasn't an echo or a haunting. It was a hunger. Something buried here had been fed by the same ritual, again and again. Lavender to mask the smell, cradle to contain the body, song to keep the spirit calm. I backed out of the room, slamming the door. The cry followed me down the hall, turning sharper, angrier, no longer the sound of a child, but of something starved, wailing for what had been denied. Mama, mama. The walls shook. A picture fell. I ran. I didn't stop until I was outside, barefoot on the cold pavement, breath fogging in the night air. My neighbor's windows were dark. The street was silent. For a long moment, I thought about leaving, about never going back inside. But the thought of the cradle, sitting there, moving on its own, felt worse, like it might start crawling through the house, dragging its weight across the floor until it found me. So I went back in. The noise had stopped. Only the smell lingered so heavy it burned the back of my throat. When I opened the nursery door again, the cradle stood still, but something new glistened on its rim. A smear of dark red, no thicker than a fingerprint. I picked up the jar. The hand inside was gone. In its place, at the bottom, floated the silver bracelet, whole, unbroken. I barely remember what happened after that. I think I must have passed out, because when I opened my eyes again, it was daylight and the cradle was empty. No stain, no jar, only the faint rocking, gentle, rhythmic, like breathing. I told myself it wasn't real, that I was dreaming. But when I stepped closer, I saw what had replaced the jar on the floor. A set of tiny footprints, pressed in the dust, leading from the cradle to the wall and stopping there, as if the wall itself had swallowed them. And when I touched the wall, it answered back. A heartbeat. Slow. Heavy. I tried to move the cradle out of the house that evening. I dragged it into the hall, then toward the front door. But the moment I crossed the threshold, a piercing wail exploded through the air. The lavender scent turned sharp, burning. My eyes watered. My hands trembled as I tried to keep pulling, but the wood grew heavier, like it was anchoring itself to the floor. Then came the voice, no longer small, but echoing, layered with others beneath it. Don't take me from my mother. The cradle jerked from my grip and slammed itself back into the nursery, landing upright with a crash that cracked the floorboards, and the number 314 glowed faintly again, burning through the splinters. That night I sat on the kitchen floor with every light on, listening. The house breathed around me. Each creak and sigh felt sentient. When the clock struck 3:14, I didn't look at it. I didn't need to. I already knew. The lullaby began again. But this time, it wasn't just one voice. There were many, high and low, old and young, layered like a choir beneath the nursery floor, all of them whispering the same words in perfect rhythm. Mother's arms, mother's arms, then silence. I couldn't tell if it ended outside me or inside my head. By morning, the cradle was gone. I tore through every room, through the basement, even checked the yard. Nothing. Only the faint trace of lavender, marking a trail toward the attic ladder. When I climbed up, I found it waiting there, under the single beam of daylight that fell through the cracked roof. The oak looked darker now, like it had been burned and polished over again. On the mattress, something was moving subtle, rhythmic, like breath under a blanket. And beside it, resting neatly on the floor, was the jar, empty. I should have left then, burned the house, called someone, but I couldn't. I just stood there, watching the cradle rock on its own, faster and faster until it hit the wall with a thud. A sound followed. Wet. Splitting. The side of the cradle cracked open, and from within came a small, pale arm reaching, trembling, searching for something to hold. Then a face, smooth as porcelain and glistening with fluid, pressed against the wood. Its eyes were not yet eyes, just dark hollows searching the light. Mama. I fell to my knees, paralyzed. The air turned cold enough to frost the edges of the glass jar. Lavender mixed with iron. The thing inside the cradle smiled thinly, knowing, and whispered again, "Feed me." The floor shuddered. The shadows bent toward it, drawn by some magnetic grief. I felt it reach inside me, not my body, but something deeper, softer. It wasn't asking for blood. It was asking for memory. For love that had nowhere else to go. When the rocking stopped, the attic was silent. The cradle sat still, its surface smooth and new again. The cracks sealed. The smell faded. I remember crawling back downstairs in the dawn light, numb. My reflection in the mirror looked older, drained, as if I'd lived years in one night. And behind me, faint but clear, the child's voice hummed the end of that broken lullaby. Sleep, my child. Sleep and see. Only this time, the voice wasn't coming from the cradle. It was coming from inside me. There are nights that never end. Even when the sun rises, they linger thin, pale, refusing to dissolve. That's what the days became after the attic. Pale nights stretched thin across daylight, every minute humming with something unseen. The cradle stopped crying after that night, but I didn't. At first, I told myself the silence meant peace, that it was over. The lavender scent faded from the nursery. The wood stopped creaking. I scrubbed the floor until my knuckles split and the boards turned raw again. I even tried to list the cradle online, just to erase its presence from the house. The ad was removed within hours. Object violates community standards, the message read. I stared at those words far too long. Community standards? What community? What standard could this thing possibly break that hadn't already been broken? I deleted the listing, shut my laptop, and went upstairs. The cradle waited unmoving, patient, a shape of stillness in the corner of the room. Sleep became a ritual of avoidance. I'd sit in the living room at night, lights dimmed, forcing myself to stay awake while the house listened. At 3:14 every morning, without fail, I felt it, a shift in the air, like the temperature dipping by a degree or two. The moment that used to belong to the crying child, but now it belonged to watching. The mirror above the fireplace would fog faintly, though the air was dry. Sometimes, when I blinked, I saw small handprints on the inside of the glass, fading as soon as I looked directly at them. I told myself I was imagining it, but then I began to hear the lullaby again, soft, distant, as though someone was humming through the walls. Sleep, my child. Sleep and see. It wasn't a haunting anymore. It was a habit. The sound had become part of the house's rhythm. And me? I was part of its. I decided to record it. Maybe proof would make it real, something measurable, something I could understand. So, one night, I set my phone on the cradle's rim, pressed record. I sat on the floor and waited. For a long time, nothing happened. Only the faint tick of the clock and the occasional pop of the wood. Then the cradle began to move. Just a slow, deliberate rock. Back and forth, back and forth. The air grew thick with the scent of lavender. Not fresh, but old like wilted petals left in a drawer too long. A voice came from the phone speaker. Faint. Distorted. "Why did you leave me?" I froze. It wasn't a child's voice. It was mine. The recording stopped by itself. When I picked up the phone, the screen was black, but the device felt warm as if it had been running for hours. I replayed the file. Only static. But beneath the static, buried like a whisper under the ocean, was the sound of something breathing. I stopped recording after that, but the line between the cradle's hunger and my exhaustion had already blurred. The thing inside it didn't need sound anymore. It lived in small gestures. The way shadows leaned when I passed by, the way the lavender clung to my breath, the faint pressure on my chest each night as I drifted toward sleep. I began to dream of water dark, endless water, with ripples that pulsed like a heartbeat. In those dreams, I wasn't floating. I was being rocked. Rocked and sung to. Mother's arms. Mother's arms. By the second week, I'd stopped leaving the house. I told myself I needed to rest. But rest was the one thing I couldn't have. The world outside felt unreal thin, colorless, as if it had been painted over. Inside, everything pulsed. Alive. Watching. Sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I'd see movement. A small figure crawling under the table or behind the curtains. When I turned, nothing. Just air trembling where it had been. One night, I found a new object beside the cradle. A photograph. It was old, grainy, water-damaged. A woman stood in front of the same cradle, her face obscured by motion blur. But in her arms she held a baby, its head tilted back, mouth open, caught mid-cry. The back of the photo was stamped with a date. The 14th of March, 1914. Sandenschusshofen. I searched the archives the next morning, desperate to understand. The address led me to an old registry of the Birchfield maternity home, the same place the seller had mentioned. Among the pages of faded ink, one entry caught my eye. Infant. Unnamed. Stillborn. Mother deceased shortly after. Remains unrecovered following structural collapse. March 14. I felt something click into place, not understanding alignment. It wasn't about the baby. It never had been. The cradle was not mourning a child. It was mourning a mother. That night, I stayed by its side. I lit no candles. I spoke softly, as one might to a restless animal. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm not her." The cradle rocked once, gently. "I can't feed you anymore," I whispered. "You have to sleep." The air thickened. My throat ached. Then, quietly, a voice answered not from the cradle, but from inside my chest. "You are what remains." And the rocking began again, slow, hypnotic. I realized, with horror, that my body was matching its rhythm, breathing in time, swaying slightly, as though tethered to it by some invisible cord. Each creak of wood echoed in my bones. Each exhale of lavender seeped through my skin. At 3:14, the lullaby began one last time, only this time, it was my voice singing. I tried to stop, but the words came out anyway, foreign, automatic, ancient. The melody was cracked, inverted, a dirge masquerading as comfort. "Sleep, my child. Sleep and see." The cradle responded. Its sides bulged slightly, as if something inside pressed outward. The air shimmered. My reflection in the window blurred and shifted eyes sunken, lips pale, skin gray as old ash. Then, for the first time, I saw her, the woman from the photograph. She stood behind the cradle, translucent, head bowed, hair dripping with what looked like water. She didn't move, didn't breathe, only stared at me with eyes that held no color at all. When she spoke, her lips didn't move. "You took my cradle. I didn't know," I whispered. "You took my hunger. Please, I didn't mean to. Now, you feed it." She reached into the cradle and lifted something unseen. The air warped around her hands. I felt a pulse in my chest, like something being pulled. It wasn't my life. It was something older, quieter, the ache to be needed. The cradle rocked violently, the walls trembling with the sound. Pictures fell. The lights flickered and died. And then silence. A single heartbeat. Then another. Then a new cry. Soft. Familiar. Coming from my throat. "Mama." When I opened my eyes, the room was bright again. Morning. The cradle stood still. Empty. Clean. I felt calm. Too calm. In the mirror, my reflection blinked a beat slower than I did. Its lips curved before mine did. And in the cradle, something stirred a faint shimmer, like breath on glass. Mother's arms. I didn't sell the cradle. I couldn't. People sometimes ask why I never leave the house anymore. I tell them I'm writing a book, that I'm tired, that I'm fine. But every night, at 3:14, I wake to the sound of gentle rocking, and I sing, without knowing why. The lullaby always ends the same way, with a whisper not from me, but through me. Sleep, my child. Sleep and see. Your mother is watching. The 70th birthday party. I've been to dozens of haunted houses, from derelict hospitals to the basements where people swear the dead still whisper. But none of them made me hesitate quite like the empty lot at the end of Dry Creek Road. 70 years ago, a mansion stood there, home of the Hargrove family, one of the wealthiest names in the county. They all died in a fire during the patriarch's 70th birthday celebration. No survivors. The fire was said to have started from the birthday candles. One left unblown and one wish left unfinished. I learned about it through an email from one of my subscribers. He claimed that every year, on the night of the July full moon, the entire house, the people, the party, the music returns. I heard jazz music there, the email said, and the smell of smoke, like burnt flesh that never left. I thought it was just another hoax, until I checked the satellite map. There was nothing, only an open stretch of dead grass. But at the center of the field was a perfect black circle, as if the ground itself had been scorched recently. So I decided to go. I arrived at Dry Creek just before sunset, when the light turned honey orange and the trees looked like charred silhouettes. In the back of my truck sat my gear, an infrared camera, a parabolic mic, and my EVP recorder, the kind that's supposed to pick up disembodied voices. I went live to my audience the moment I parked. "Hey guys, it's Mason. Tonight, we're heading to the site of the Hargrove fire, where a birthday party turned into a funeral. Locals say that every full moon in July, the guests come back to finish the celebration. Let's see if they'll invite us in." The chat exploded instantly. "Don't go alone, dude. Bro, if you see something, run. Imagine the ghost asking you to blow out the candles." I laughed it off, forcing a smile. If it's fake, we'll at least get some great footage. If it's real, I paused, turning the camera toward the horizon. Then we'll be the first ones to see the after party. By 8 p.m., I had set up a wide-shot camera near the truck, facing the empty field. Nothing happened, just crickets and the low hum of night. At 9:15, I started walking toward the center of the field. The moon was enormous, silver and cold. The grass reflected its light like wet steel. At the middle of that blackened circle, the soil was still hard, glossy, and slightly warped, like melted glass. I knelt and placed my EVP recorder down. If anyone is still here, I'm listening. Nothing. Only wind. Then, just as I leaned closer, something glimmered in the dirt, a faint metallic reflection. I brushed away the soil and found a small silver spoon, tarnished, but engraved with an ornate H. Hargrove. I slipped it into my jacket pocket. 10:30 p.m. The air went still. The crickets stopped. Even the wind seemed to freeze mid-breath. And then a whisper of smoke. Not the smell, not yet the sound. A faint hiss like a dying flame. At 10:57 it began. Music. Soft jazz drifting through the air. The rhythm of a stand-up bass. The swing of a trumpet. It was so real I turned around expecting to see a hidden speaker. But there was nothing, just open field and mist rising from the ground. Then came the scent lavender and cognac. It wasn't just strong. It was alive, coiling into my lungs like memory. When I opened my eyes, the field was gone. A house stood before me, white columns, red velvet curtains glowing from the inside. The windows pulsed with candlelight. Laughter and clinking glasses filled the night. I blinked hard, trying to steady the camera. The display still showed my live recording timestamp, mic levels, everything, yet the lens no longer saw the same world I did. I took a step forward. The gravel crunched under my boots, real sound. Then another step. The door opened by itself. A man in a butler's uniform bowed deeply. "Welcome, sir," he said, "to Mr. Hargrove's 70th birthday celebration." His voice was warm and polite, but when he raised his head, there were no eyes in his face. Only two hollow sockets, glistening like wet ash. My throat closed. The camera shook in my hand. I whispered into my mic, "If you can hear this, it's not a trick." I think the music stopped. The silence that followed felt heavy, like smoke pressing against my ears. Then, from deep within the house, a rasping voice called out, "Bring our guest to the table." The butler stepped aside, gesturing toward the glowing hall. Behind me, the door shut, and I knew, with a sudden sinking clarity, there was no way back to the field. When I crossed the threshold, the warmth hit me first, like walking straight into memory. The air shimmered with the glow of chandeliers. Velvet curtains swayed in a wind I couldn't feel. A gramophone spun near the corner, though the needle never touched the record. Yet the jazz kept playing fluid, effortless, eternal. People filled the room, dozens of them, dressed in black tie finery from another century. Their laughter rang like crystal light, practiced, hollow. I kept filming, whispering into my mic. I don't know how to explain this. The house is back. It's not a hologram. It's real. The chat window on my camera screen kept flickering, signal unstable, but I could still see it. "Are you in VR? Bro, this looks way too real. Behind you. Behind you." I turned. A woman stood inches away. Her dress was sapphire silk, her eyes a dull gray. She smiled too wide, too still. "Mr. Mason, is it?" she asked, voice lilting with a brittle accent. You know my name?" "Of course." She tilted her head, curls brushing her bare shoulder. "You received the invitation, didn't you?" I wanted to say no, but her gaze held me, not hypnotic, not magical, just heavy, like being pinned by the memory of something I'd forgotten. "I suppose I did," I murmured. Her lips parted in approval. "Then come. The celebration has already begun." The ballroom opened before me, a cathedral of light and sound. A piano gleamed near the grand staircase, though no one played it. Glasses clinked in a rhythm, too perfect to be spontaneous. A waiter passed by, offering champagne. I took a flute, just to see what would happen. The moment I touched it, the glass chilled my skin to ice. The liquid inside shimmered like mercury. I set it down, trying not to look startled. "Beautiful evening, isn't it?" a man said beside me. His tuxedo was crisp, his face youthful until I noticed the faint outlines of veins under his skin, lit from within like embers. "Yes," I said quietly. "Beautiful. Our host has been waiting 70 years, he added, smiling faintly. "One mustn't keep him waiting." I drifted deeper into the crowd, every step accompanied by the steady rhythm of jazz. The air was warm but thick, perfumed with smoke and cologne, like a room full of expensive ghosts. Everywhere I turned, people danced. Their movements were elegant, but slightly off, as though each waltz was a reenactment of something rehearsed too many times. Their faces flickered sharp one moment, blurred the next. My camera began to glitch. Frames stuttered. Colors drained. For a moment, everyone turned monochrome black, white, and ash gray, before returning to full color again. "This is Mason," I whispered into the mic. "I think I've stepped into some kind of replay. The guests, they don't see me. Or maybe they do, and they just don't care." The music shifted. A new song began slower, richer, almost mournful, and through it all, that smell. Smoke. Not the faint scent of burning wood. No, the thick, greasy stench of something organic. Flesh and fabric, heated beyond redemption. I followed the smell down a hallway, lined with portraits. Each one depicted a member of the Hargrove family, smiling perfect, painted in a style that made their eyes seem alive. But as I moved past them, I realized something wrong. In each portrait, the same candle burned in the background, small, white, placed near the edge of the frame. And with every new painting, the candle melted lower, until, at the last portrait, the patriarch himself, it had almost burned out. The inscription below read, "Harland Hargrove, 1873, no date of death, just a question mark." A sudden crash echoed from the ballroom, then laughter sharper, louder, feverish. When I returned, the air had thickened. The guests' movements had changed. Their dancing now looked frantic, as if driven by something unseen. The music, once elegant, had grown dissonant. The saxophone wailed like an animal in pain. At the far end of the room, a massive birthday cake sat upon a long oak table. 70 candles blazed upon it, burning brighter than they should. And there he was, Mr. Hargrove, tall, severe, dressed in a black dinner jacket. His skin was pale, but not lifeless. It shimmered faintly, as if reflecting firelight from within. He stood at the head of the table, his guests frozen mid-toast, eyes on him. "Ladies and gentlemen," he declared, his voice deep and hollow, "thank you for returning. The hour approaches. Our guest of honor has arrived." The guests turned, all of them, and looked at me. I froze. Dozens of faces, drained of expression, now fixed on me. I think you've mistaken me for the one who blows the last candle," Hargrove interrupted, smiling thinly. "The one who completes the wish." A ripple went through the room. Whispering, shivering, he stepped closer, eyes gleaming like molten wax. "Every year we gather," he said. "Every year we burn. All because one candle refused to die. And so we wait for someone to help us finish." "9, you're saying light cannot rest until darkness claims its share," he murmured. "Surely you understand, Mr. Mason. You of all people chase ghosts for a living." My pulse hammered in my ears. "What happens if I don't?" Hargrove's smile deepened. "Then the party continues." The jazz crescendoed. Flames flickered along the tablecloth first, a spark, then a line, then a wave. Guests screamed, though their voices were muffled as if underwater. Yet none of them moved to escape. They simply burned where they stood, champagne glasses fusing to their hands, eyes reflecting the fire like mirrors. I stumbled backward, choking on the smoke that filled my throat, my lungs, my vision. Through the haze, I saw the cake still standing. Only one candle remained unlit, the final one. And in that instant I understood. This was no haunting. It was a ritual, a performance doomed to repeat. The party would burn again and again until anyone finished what had been left undone. "Mason," the voice cut through the roar of fire. I turned. The woman in sapphire was standing by the window, her dress untouched by flame. "You must blow it out," she shouted. "It's the only way to end it." I stumbled toward the cake, heat biting through my jacket. The camera screen melted black around the edges. When I reached the table, I leaned close to the final candle. Its tiny flame trembled, almost alive. I drew in a breath, but before I could exhale, a hand grabbed my wrist. Hargrove. His flesh hissed against mine, his smile twisting. "Not yet," he whispered. "The music hasn't stopped." And then the gramophone screeched. The record spun faster, notes bending into chaos. Flames surged upward, swallowing the room whole. I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was lying in the middle of the field. The mansion was gone. The air smelled only of damp grass. My camera lay beside me, screen cracked, still recording. The footage showed nothing but static and faint jazz music looping endlessly. And yet, beneath the static, I could still hear something else. A voice, faint and rasping. "The last candle waits for you, Mason. Next year, the party begins again." I used to love silence. Now, it's my enemy. There's something about the way quiet stretches in this apartment, too deliberate, too measured. It feels like a pause that's waiting to be filled, like a breath held too long. Ever since that night at the Blue Canary, the night the trumpet screamed instead of sang, I can't stop hearing the replay. It doesn't come from a record player, or a radio, or even my mind. It comes from the air itself, a faint distortion, like static on an old vinyl record. At first, it was only in the evenings. Around 11:30 p.m., right when I'd settle into my armchair, the faint hum would start. Then the melody would bleed through, fractured, warped like a song trying to remember itself. It's always the same tune, the same one the band played before the fire. When I close my eyes, I can still see it, the Blue Canary bathed in smoke and amber light, couples swaying like ghosts, and the band on stage tearing into that last number. Smoke Rings, they called it. A slow, slithering tune, half lullaby, half lament. The kind of song that makes you forget what decade it is. Then, mid-solo, the trumpet wailed, not the note it was meant to, but something jagged, human. And the lights flickered, and someone screamed, and then everything was fire. The club burned down that night, and I swore I saw someone in the smoke standing by the piano looking straight at me. It's been 3 weeks since then. The police said it was faulty wiring. The paper said tragic accident. But the sound that leaks into my apartment every night doesn't sound like an accident. It sounds like memory or guilt replaying itself. The first few nights, I tried to ignore it. I turned up the TV, played my own records, even left the tap running just to fill the silence. But the melody cut through it all, always faint, always incomplete. Then one night, it started changing. At around midnight, just as I was about to turn in, the replay came again, but this time, the trumpet faltered, the rhythm dragged, and under the distortion, I heard something that didn't belong. A voice. It was faint, buried beneath the music. "Why did you leave?" I froze. The voice was wet, crackling, as if spoken through flame. When I turned off the light, the room seemed to tighten. The walls felt too close, the air too thick. The sound of my own breathing was too loud. I pressed my ear to the wall and the replay stopped. For a moment, all I could hear was the faint hiss of air through the vents. Then, like someone pressing play again, the trumpet resumed, but closer this time. I realized it wasn't coming from the street below. It was coming from inside the wall. The next morning, I tore open the plaster near the baseboard. The building's manager would have killed me if he knew, but I had to know what was in there. Behind the drywall was nothing but dust and a mess of wires. No speaker, no pipes, no hidden gramophone or radio transmitter. But the smell, it wasn't dust. It was smoke, old smoke. That afternoon, I went back to the Blue Canary ruins. They'd fenced it off, but you could still slip through the side where the alley meets the river. The place looked like a hollowed-out ribcage, the stage still half-standing, the bar counter charred and black. The piano was still there, or what was left of it, keys melted into bone-white stubs, frame half-collapsed. I stood there for a long time, just staring. Someone had left a trumpet beside it, polished, untouched by fire. I swear it hadn't been there the last time I came. That night, the replay began earlier. The trumpet sounded clearer, like the walls had been waiting all day to breathe it out. The same voice returned, whispering between the notes. "This time," it said, "play it back. The words chilled me, not because of what they meant, but because of who said them. It was Vincent's voice, the trumpet player who died in the fire. I remember him clearly. He used to linger after sets, drink whiskey neat, and talk about how music could trap a soul. Every note, he said once, tapping his trumpet, is a promise. You keep playing long enough, the song starts owning you. He'd winked at me when he said it, like he was confessing something only I'd understand. Now I think he meant it, literally. I decided to test it. I took out my old portable recorder, the one I used when I was still doing music journalism, and set it by the wall around 10:45. I sat by the table, notebook open, and waited. At exactly 11:17, the hum began. By 11:23, the melody surfaced, that same broken rendition of Smoke Rings. I pressed record. The sound bled through stronger, trembling the glass on the window pane. My pen rolled off the table. The light flickered. And then, between the trumpet's dying notes, came something new. A second track. I heard my own voice, faint but recognizable, layered under the music, whispering, "You shouldn't have gone back." When the recording ended, I played it back immediately. Nothing. Just static. No music. No whisper. Nothing. But when I stopped the playback, the wall answered. The melody started again. Only this time, it was perfectly in sync with the recording. 2 songs. One real, one dead, playing together. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Vincent, his fingers blistered, his lips cracked, still pressing that trumpet to his mouth as smoke curled around him. And I keep thinking about what he said about music owning the player. What if the fire wasn't an ending? What if it was a recording? It's been 4 nights since the sync started. Now, the replay doesn't wait for 11:30. It starts the moment I step through the door. Every sound in my apartment seems to join in. The creak of the floorboards, the buzz of the fridge, the whisper of the curtains, they all hum the same tune, like the whole room is vibrating to Vincent's song. I tried leaving. I spent a night at a motel across town. No replay, no whispers. But when I came home the next day, my phone started playing the recording on its own. The file I'd deleted, and then, faintly just beneath the trumpet, I heard my own breath. Not the one from that night, the one I was taking now. I think it's trying to pull me in. Every night, the melody gets sharper, the trumpet clearer, the walls thinner. Sometimes, when I lean close, I can hear footsteps pacing on the other side, matching mine. I've stopped trying to turn off the sound. It doesn't work. Instead, I've started humming along. It's easier that way to let it wash over me, to feel the rhythm sink into my chest. The music doesn't frighten me anymore. It feels familiar. Tonight, I'll record it again. One final take. Vincent deserves that much, doesn't he? The walls are already trembling. The trumpet's warming up. And somewhere, beneath the rising static, I can hear my own voice whispering softer this time, almost gentle. Play it back. It's strange how quickly a haunting can start to feel like routine. The first few nights, I counted the hours until dawn. Now I count the bars until the chorus. The melody doesn't frighten me anymore. It waits for me when I wake, hums under my breath when I shower, follows me into the street. It's in the rhythm of the traffic lights, the shuffle of shoes on pavement, the hiss of the espresso machine at the cafe downstairs. Everything around me seems to move in time to that song. Smoke Rings, the last tune, the Blue Canary, ever heard. I haven't told anyone. How could I? My walls are playing jazz again. Isn't exactly something you share over lunch, but something's changed. The replay doesn't feel like a ghost anymore. It feels like an invitation. 3 nights ago, the trumpet stopped. Dead silence. For the first time in weeks, my apartment felt empty. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt something worse. Withdrawal. It's terrifying how quiet can become unbearable. Every creak of the wood, every breath, felt too sharp, too exposed. The silence was louder than the music had ever been. That's when I noticed the note, an actual one, folded neatly and slid under my door. No return address. No signature. Just a line. scrawled in black ink, one more set. Midnight, and beneath it, an address. It was the Blue Canary, or what was left of it. I didn't go right away. I stared at that note for hours, feeling my pulse climb in my throat. By the time I made up my mind, it was already 11:30. The walk there felt shorter than I remembered. The streets were wet from rain, and the lamps cast halos that bled into the puddles. When I turned the corner into the alley, I saw the club silhouette, half collapsed but somehow standing taller than before. The front door was gone, replaced by a sheet of corrugated metal hanging loose on one hinge. I slipped inside, and the moment I crossed the threshold, the song began. It wasn't coming from a speaker or the walls this time. It came from everywhere. The air trembled with it, warm and thick. The stage lights, long dead, flickered on, glowing the same amber hue I remembered. Smoke coiled lazily across the floor, carrying the faint scent of burnt cedar and whiskey. And on stage, the band, or what was left of them. I recognized Vincent first. His back was turned, but that posture, that slight hunch over the trumpet, was unmistakable. The others were there too. Ellie on piano, Jax on bass, Roy behind the drums. Their outlines shimmered, half made of light, half of ash. They didn't look at me. They didn't need to. They were waiting. "Play it back," Vincent said without turning. His voice was the same, smooth, smoky, but hollow now, as if spoken through a brass bell. I didn't move. My hands were trembling. "I can't," I whispered. "I don't belong here." He raised the trumpet slightly, testing a note. It wavered in the air, beautiful and broken. "You already do," he said. The song began. Ellie's fingers drifted across the keys, summoning that familiar crawling melody. Jax plucked his bass with a slow, deliberate pulse that felt like a heartbeat. And Vincent, he played like the world was ending. The room shimmered, breathing in sync with the rhythm. Every note bent the space around me, like heat over asphalt. The walls rippled, the lights bled into the floor, and the smoke began to move, not drifting, but swaying, like a crowd unseen. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't, because beneath the music, I could hear something new, a second melody, mine. It started softly, a hum, matching Vincent's phrasing. Then I realized it wasn't me humming. It was my recording, the one I'd made at home, somehow bleeding through the air. The trumpet answered it. 2 songs, one dead, one alive, merging. I felt a pull in my chest, not emotional, physical, like gravity had shifted sideways. My heartbeat matched the rhythm, my breath synced with the bass. I was part of the song now, my body a metronome keeping time with the dead. The lights pulsed brighter, and suddenly I was standing on stage. Vincent turned toward me. His face was pale, translucent, edges flickering. His eyes weren't eyes anymore, they were pools of reflection, like brass, polished to a mirror. He extended the trumpet. "Finish the set," he said. I looked down. The mouthpiece glistened wetly, as though it had just been played. My reflection trembled on its surface, distorted, split in two. "I don't play," I said. My voice cracked. Vincent smiled faintly. "You do now." The trumpet was cold when I touched it. Too cold. It felt wrong, heavier than metal, lighter than air. When I brought it to my lips, the taste was sharp and coppery, like blood on a battery. He blew. The sound that came out wasn't music. It was memory. The club reformed around us, brick by brick, light by light. The walls no longer charred, the tables whole, the glasses gleaming. The audience appeared 2 faint silhouettes with no faces, swaying in unison. Every note I played filled another seat. Every breath I took drew another ghost closer. Vincent nodded to me, keeping time. The others followed, and together, we played Smoke Rings, not as it was, but as it wanted to be. The real version, the one the fire interrupted. At some point, I realized I was crying. The tears burned cold trails down my cheeks. The melody climbed, higher and higher, until it broke into something that wasn't sound anymore, a vibration that filled the air, the lungs, the bones. Vincent lowered his trumpet. "That's it," he said softly. "The last set." He looked at me then, really looked. His face flickered, and for a moment, I saw what he'd been hiding. A figure behind him, shadowed and vast, watching from the smoke. It wasn't human. Its outline was all sharp edges and tendrils like ink bleeding through paper. Its presence pressed against the room like a weight, bending everything inward. The others didn't seem to notice. Only Vincent. Only me. He turned back to me, whispering through clenched teeth, "Don't stop. Not yet." I didn't. I couldn't. The music became frantic, desperate. My hands moved on their own, pressing invisible valves, drawing out impossible notes. The trumpet no longer felt like an instrument. It was a mouth. It was feeding. The faceless crowd swayed faster. The smoke thickened until it was alive, with shapes, outlines of those who'd burned, those who'd listened, those who'd been forgotten. Each note peeled another layer off reality. I could feel the building's foundations trembling, the walls rippling like liquid glass. And through it all, the shadow moved closer. Vincent's voice cut through the chaos. "She's coming." The last note tore itself from my chest. The lights exploded. When I woke, I was lying on the stage. The trumpet was gone. The club was ash again. My throat hurt. My lips were raw. My ears rang with silence. In the corner, where the piano had been, something flickered, a single ember, glowing faintly blue. I crawled toward it. It wasn't a flame. It was a reel-to-reel tape recorder. On its label, written in my handwriting, were the words, "The last set Astrid plus Vincent." The tape spun slowly, though it wasn't plugged in. The faint hum of the song filled the air again, quiet and steady. But this time, only one voice played. Mine. I took the tape home. I don't know why. Maybe to prove to myself it was real. Maybe to finish what I started. It sits on my desk now, whirring softly. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the window and I swear I see smoke curling from my lips like I'm still playing. I don't dream anymore. I don't sleep. I just listen. Because every night, when the walls start to hum, I hear the same thing. Vincent's trumpet, faint and patient, waiting for me to join in. And somewhere, just behind it, a woman's voice, soft, loving, inevitable, whispering the same words that started it all. Play it back. There's something about 3 a.m. that feels unfinished. It isn't quite night anymore, but it's nowhere near morning either. It's the hour when the city forgets how to breathe, when even the ghosts get quiet. That's when the reel starts to move. I don't press play. I never do. It plays itself. The tape hums, turning with a patient, mechanical rhythm whir. Click, whir. Each revolution sends that same melody through the walls. Soft trumpet, faint piano, the ghost of applause that never really fades. Sometimes, if I listen closely enough, I can still hear Vincent breathing between the notes. But lately, there's something else there too, another sound, hidden under the music. Something I can't explain. It's me. I should have destroyed it. I've told myself that every night since the Blue Canary burned for the second time. But every time I reach for the tape, I freeze. I tell myself I just want to study it, that I'm collecting evidence. But deep down I know the truth. I don't want to stop listening. Because when I do, when I cut the music off, the silence isn't empty anymore. It's hungry. Yesterday, I tried to go outside. It felt wrong, like walking into someone else's dream. The air smelled flat, tasteless. People's voices sounded far away, like an old radio tuned between stations. And their faces, blurred, somehow, like the world didn't want me anymore. When I came back, I noticed the clock. It was stuck at 11:59. No matter what I did, replace the batteries, reset the hands that stayed there, frozen, waiting. I think I understand now. The world outside moved on. But I didn't. I stayed in the last minute before midnight, the moment before the final set begins. Tonight, The hum started earlier, a faint vibration under the floorboards, like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. I turned on every light, but the apartment still looked dim, drained of color. The reel-to-reel sat on the desk, perfectly still, but I could hear it. Play it back. The whisper slid through the air, warm and familiar. Vincent's voice, or maybe mine. It's getting harder to tell. When the reel finally began to spin, the light flickered out. The room didn't go dark exactly, it just changed. The edges blurred, colors inverted. Shadows thickened until they became weight, pressing down on the air. And there I was, standing in the middle of the Blue Canary again. Only this time, there were no ghosts. No band. No smoke. Just me and a stage lit by a single beam of pale blue light. The tape was still playing somewhere behind me, that same aching tune looping again and again. I stepped forward. The wood beneath my feet creaked like bones shifting under dirt. Something was waiting on the stage. It was the trumpet, shining, polished, perfect. I don't know how I knew, but it was the trumpet. Vincent's. The one that had melted to ash in my hands. I reached for it and felt something pull inside me, a thread tightening from the base of my spine to the back of my throat. The air shimmered. The walls began to ripple, and from the shadows, they emerged. Not the band, not the crowd. Me. 100 versions of me translucent, overlapping, each frozen mid-breath, mid-note, mid-fear. Some held the trumpet, others the recorder. One just stood with her hands to her ears, screaming soundlessly. Every one of them had the same eyes, glassy, unblinking, reflecting the stage light like a film reel catching fire. They watched me, and I watched them. It was like looking through a hall of mirrors, except none of them moved the way I did. I stepped forward. They didn't. The one closest to me whispered something, lips barely moving. I couldn't hear it first. Then the words slipped through the static. We never stopped. I felt my knees weaken. No, I whispered. That's not true. I left. The nearest version of me tilted her head. Did you? Behind her, another spoke, a perfect echo. The same tone, the same fear. You stayed on stage. Another, you're still playing. Their voices overlapped, multiplying, building into a low, discordant harmony that wrapped around the room. You never left. You never left. You never left. The reel-to-reel in the background began to spin faster, the tape whining as if under strain. The trumpet on the stage started to vibrate, faint at first, then violently, rattling against the wood like something alive inside it was trying to get out. I took another step. The floorboards hissed under my feet. The closer I got to the trumpet, the more I could feel it, the pull, the heat, the rhythm syncing with my heartbeat. When I finally touched it, the air around me broke. The world snapped. Sound exploded, a single, endless note that tore through everything. The stage, the walls, the ghosts, even the other versions of me all dissolving into smoke and light, spinning upward like ashes caught in a storm. I was alone again. Except, not really, because I could hear someone breathing right behind me. I turned. Vincent stood there, smiling faintly, eyes hollow but kind. His body flickered like film running out of frames. I told you, he said softly. One more set. I looked down at the trumpet in my hands. It was glowing faintly, veins of red light pulsing through the metal like blood. Why me? I asked. Why choose me? Vincent stepped closer, voice almost a whisper. I didn't choose you. You listened. The room began to fill with smoke again, not gray but deep, blue-black, the color of bruises. It poured from the trumpet, from the walls, from me. Vincent faded as he spoke, words stretching thin. Someone always does. The music needs an ear. The silence needs a keeper. And then he was gone. The trumpet grew heavier. I could feel the metal cooling, solidifying, fusing to my palms. The song hummed inside it, the same loop, the same ache. Only now I realized something terrible. The reel wasn't playing in the background anymore. It was playing inside me. The walls of the Blue Canary melted into the gray outline of my apartment. The desk, the window, the clock still frozen at 11:59. I was sitting in my chair, hands folded neatly on the desk. The reel-to-reel was gone, but the tape kept spinning inside my chest. Every breath came out as static. Every heartbeat pulsed in rhythm with that impossible jazz tune. I looked down and saw faint burn marks in the shape of a trumpet's valves etched into my skin. And when I looked up, my reflection in the window wasn't mine anymore. It was smiling, playing. I don't know how long it's been since that night. Time doesn't move here. Every minute stretches and folds into the next, looping endlessly. Sometimes I think I can still hear the city outside, muffled and distorted, like I'm underwater. Other times I realize it's just the echo of applause. I've stopped trying to sleep, because when I close my eyes, I see them, the other versions of me, circling the stage, each one holding the trumpet, each one watching the next, each one waiting for their turn to play. If anyone finds this recording, don't try to play it. Don't even listen, because the music doesn't want to be remembered. It wants to continue. It needs someone to keep time, to breathe the next note, to fill the silence between bars. And once it finds your frequency, it never lets go. I used to think hauntings were about places, old houses, abandoned clubs, burned out rooms, filled with memories. But that's not true. Hauntings are about moments, moments that refuse to end, moments that need an audience. It's 11:59 again. The air tastes of smoke and brass. My hands are trembling, but the rhythm stays steady. Somewhere, in the corner of the room, the trumpet gleams faintly in the dark, waiting for me to start the next song. I can hear Vincent now, faint as breath, whispering through the static, "Ready, Astrid?" I open my mouth to answer, but only music comes out, and the world begins again. The 70th birthday party. The message came on a Tuesday morning, buried in my inbox between brand deals and spam. Subject line: a birthday party that never ends. Sender: unknown. Normally, I deleted another urban legend submission from a fan, maybe. But the body of the email was too deliberate to ignore. 70 years ago, the Ashworth family burned to death during a 70th birthday celebration. Every year, on the same night, the house returns, just before midnight. If you want to see real proof, come film it. Coordinates below. The coordinates pointed to a patch of forest 2 hours north of where I lived, near the remains of the old Ashworth estate. I'd heard rumors, of course. The phantom banquet. The birthday that burns. Every ghost hunter on YouTube had whispered about it, but no one had footage. No one ever went there twice. So, naturally, I said yes. The setup. I drove up that Friday, the day of the full moon, the same date mentioned in the Ashworth fire reports. My gear filled the trunk. 2 infrared cameras, a thermal recorder, 3 lapel mics, and a GoPro strapped to my chest. I'd filmed in asylums, tunnels, abandoned hotels, but this felt different. Not dangerous, just waiting. The coordinates led to nothing. A flat clearing, eaten by weeds. The only sign of architecture was a circle of scorched foundation stones and a twisted gatepost, half sunk in mud. No house, no ruins, just the hum of crickets and the faint smell of rain. But when I unpacked my tripod, my phone buzzed. A new message appeared. No signal bar, no notification sound. "Welcome, Mason. The guests will arrive at 11. I looked around. The clearing was empty. Only my car, my equipment, and the whisper of wind moving through dead grass. Still, I set up my cameras. Hour 1, 9 p.m. The first hour was routine. I filmed intros, establishing shots, night vision sweeps. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. We're here at the site of the infamous Ashworth fire, 70 years to the day. Locals claim the birthday party replays itself, guests, music, everything before vanishing at dawn. Static broke across my mic, just a faint hiss. Probably interference from the GoPro's battery pack. I ignored it. When I checked the temperature gauge, it read 13 degrees Celsius. Normal for a summer night in the woods. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the air was too heavy, too dense, like the whole clearing was holding its breath. I remember saying, almost jokingly, "If anyone's here, happy birthday." Something laughed soft, like breath caught in a flute. I turned, flashlight cutting through the dark. Nothing but grass. But the temperature dropped. 8 degrees Celsius. And somewhere, far off, I heard the faintest trace of music. Hour. 2:10 p.m. I caught it clearly this time. Music scratchy, muffled, as if playing through an old gramophone. A slow jazz waltz rolling gently across the clearing. I panned my camera. The lens showed nothing, no source, no lights, but the sound grew sharper. Trumpets, piano, laughter. Then I saw the light, a flicker, low on the horizon like a candle flame behind glass. Then another, then 10 more. They shimmered, took shape chandeliers, glowing where air should have been. And suddenly, the clearing wasn't empty anymore. The mansion stood before me full, whole, restored. Its white columns gleamed under moonlight, windows glowing gold. Shadows of people moved behind the curtains. For a moment, I thought I'd fallen asleep, a lucid dream, vivid and wrong, but my camera was still rolling. The red light blinked steady. I stepped forward. The front door opened before I touched it. Warm light spilled out, too warm. Inside, a party bloomed. Men in black tuxedos, women in shimmering gowns, glasses raised in mid-toast. Laughter spilled from every corner. A jazz trio played near the grand staircase, their faces pale and still, hands moving in mechanical rhythm. No one looked at me. I walked among them, invisible. Every guest shimmered faintly like old film projected on smoke. When I turned my camera toward one, the image doubled, warped, as if the lens couldn't decide if they were there. I called out, "Excuse me? Hello?" No one turned. Then a waiter passed by, tray balanced, smile frozen, and for an instant his eyes flicked toward mine. They were gray, empty, and he mouthed something, soundless. "You shouldn't be here." I swallowed hard. "I just want to see," I whispered back. He vanished before my sentence ended. The birthday table. At the far end of the hall stood a massive dining table, covered in untouched food, roast duck, crystal bowls of fruit, and a towering cake, iced in white and gold. A silver plaque read, "Happy 70th, Charles Ashworth." The guests gathered around, their movements synchronized like a dance. A voice boomed over the room, deep, proud, familiar, as though rehearsed every year. "To 70 years of prosperity and family. Let us celebrate life." Applause. Cheers. A servant lit 70 candles one by one. The flames reflected in a dozen wine glasses, flickering, multiplied. I held the camera steady, hands shaking. For a moment, I could almost forget this was a haunting. It felt alive. Then I caught a detail that froze me. The guests weren't breathing. Their chests never moved. And beneath the music, beneath the laughter, I heard crackling, wood, burning, somewhere deep within the walls. Hour. 3:11 p.m. The clock above the staircase struck 11. The air shifted. The chandeliers flickered. The band stopped mid-note. Every guest turned perfectly in sync toward the head of the table. An elderly man rose. His skin shimmered like parchment under the light. His smile was carved too wide. Charles Ashworth, the birthday man. He lifted his glass. "Before we cut the cake," he said, "let us thank our final guest." His gaze swept the room and stopped on me. "Welcome, Mr. Mason. We've been waiting." I froze. You can see me?" He chuckled, low and dusty. "Of course we can. It wouldn't be a party without someone to film it." Laughter rippled through the room. Not joy, something rehearsed, brittle, like an echo repeating itself. Ashworth gestured toward the empty chair beside him. "Please, join us. It's tradition." My camera feed glitched. The image stuttered, guests appearing, disappearing, reappearing. I checked the monitor. Static, distortion, a shriek of feedback. When I looked up again, The lights had dimmed to ember glow. The guests raised their glasses. Ashworth smiled wider. To the living, who envy the dead. They drank, and somewhere deep inside the walls, the fire began to breathe again. The exit. I turned, bolted toward the door, but the hallway stretched longer than before. Each step echoed wrong, slower, delayed. The wallpaper peeled in strips, blackened. Smoke began to bloom along the ceiling. The band still played, only now their instruments were aflame, strings snapping in orange arcs. My camera slipped from my hands. When I picked it up, the viewfinder showed the clearing again, empty, moonlit, silent. But in front of me, the house still burned. The guests still screamed. I stumbled out the door into cold air. Behind me, the mansion dissolved like smoke and water, leaving only the scent of ash and the faint echo of jazz. The recording. It took me an hour to drive back to town. When I checked the footage the next morning, there was nothing, just 38 minutes of static and faint music. No lights, no voices, no house. But when I scrubbed through the timeline, I found something at the end, a single frame. At 11:59 p.m., the frame showed me, standing inside the dining hall, smiling, a glass in my hand, and beside me Mr. Ashworth, hand on my shoulder. His eyes glowed ember red. His mouth was open, frozen mid-sentence. "You'll come back next year, won't you, Mason?" I didn't sleep for 3 nights after the Ashworth footage. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the faint brush of jazz beneath the hiss of static. I tried to rationalize it, of course. Faulty mic, power interference, the kind of ghost noise that's just feedback in disguise. But when I played back the footage on my editing rig, something changed. It started as a whisper. Not a word, not exactly, more like a breath inside the sound. A pulse hiding in the noise floor. When I isolated it, boosted the gain, I heard it clearly. Still waiting, that voice low, close to the mic, not mine. I turned off the speakers, leaned back in my chair, and told myself I was tired. Just another glitch, another overworked brain connecting dots in the dark. But when I looked at the waveform again, a new file had appeared on the desktop. On a hadn't made. Echo hall.mov. Man, the file. I hovered the mouse over it. Created. Yesterday, 11 p.m. Size, 0 kilobytes. Impossible. I hadn't been near the computer at that time. When I clicked it, the screen flared white, then settled into a single still frame. The dining hall again, clean and whole. The chandelier gleamed above a long table. The guests were gone. Only one chair was occupied. Mine. I stared at the image. My face was calm, my hands folded neatly, as though waiting for something. And behind me, faint, blurred, was a doorway that hadn't been there before. A narrow corridor of mirrors, vanishing into shadow. At the bottom of the frame, text appeared. Return. The party isn't over. The lights in my apartment flickered. The call. I wasn't going to go back. That's what I told myself. But 2 nights later, a man called me. No caller ID. Voice smooth, aged, cultured like whiskey poured over dust. "Mr. Mason, we appreciate your attendance. However, the recording is incomplete. Who is this? You left before the final toast." Static bled into his tone. For a moment, I thought I heard clinking glasses behind him, faint music drifting through. "I don't know who you think you are," I said, "but I'm not." "Your camera's still inside the hall, Mr. Mason. Don't you want it back?" He hung up. I sat there for a long time, staring at the phone screen, until I realized something cold. He was right. When I escaped the mansion, I'd left one camera mounted near the staircase. The night vision rig. My most expensive one. And part of me, the stupid, curious part that built my entire channel, wanted to see what it had recorded after I ran. The return. I drove back the next night. The forest was quieter this time, as if the insects themselves had learned silence. The air smelled faintly of smoke, even though the wind was clean. The clearing was exactly as before. Empty, overgrown, unremarkable. No ruins. no house. But when I stepped past the circle of blackened stones, my breath fogged. It wasn't cold out. Still, frost rimed the grass. I set up a small light near the foundation and swept the camera around. Nothing. Just the whisper of wind. Then I heard it. A piano chord. Soft, like the first note of a rehearsal. A single light flickered to life ahead, suspended in the dark. Not the whole mansion this time. Just one hallway. Columns of faint golden glow stretched before me, suspended in air like an echo of the house's skeleton. A door materialized only halfway real, edges soft as mist. When I reached for it, my hand didn't pass through. It opened. The hall. The air inside was wrong, heavier, quieter. My footsteps sounded swallowed, as if the walls absorbed everything. Mirrors lined both sides of the hall. Not ornate plain, aged, some cracked, some fogged. Each one reflected me from a different moment. Older, younger, blurred. In one, I looked like I hadn't slept in weeks. In another, my eyes were hollow. Pupils burned white. I turned on my lapel mic. This is Mason. I'm inside what appears to be a fragment of the Ashworth house. Hallway only. The rest of the structure is invisible. I took a step forward. The mirrors rippled. The air grew warmer, then damp, like standing too close to a fire. I thought I heard footsteps behind me slow, synchronized with my own. When I turned, the hallway behind was gone. Only mirror after mirror after mirror, endless. And in the reflection nearest me, the light flickered just once. My reflection didn't move. The other Mason. He stared at me from the other side of the glass. Same face, same clothes, same GoPro strapped to his chest. But his mouth was moving. No sound. Just the shape of words, looping. I leaned closer, squinting. He mouthed, "Don't follow the music." Then his expression twisted panic, fear. He slammed his palm against the inside of the mirror. I stumbled back and the glass rippled like water. For a heartbeat, I saw something through it. Not reflection, but space. A grand ballroom, burning in slow motion. And in its center, Charles Ashworth raised his glass, smiling through the flame. Then it was gone. The echo. I kept walking. The hall curved slightly, narrowing. The mirrors grew older, their surfaces blackened like soot. At some point, the music started again. Faint jazz. The same song as before, but now it was distorted notes, bending, replaying out of order, like someone splicing tape with trembling hands. It echoed inside the glass. When I turned my light toward one of the mirrors, I saw figures moving within, dancers, couples, fragments of guests, looping endlessly through half-remembered gestures. Their laughter was silent, but I could feel it under my skin. The camera feed glitched again. Every few seconds, static bloomed across the lens like flame bursts. I stopped recording. For the first time in years of filming the dead, I didn't want proof. The banquet room. The corridor ended at a doorway, familiar, ornate, crowned with ash. The dining room again, but smaller, warped. The table was half the size. The cake melted into a puddle of wax and char. Only one candle remained, still burning, and sitting at the head of the table was a woman I hadn't seen before, mid-40s. Elegant, skin porcelain pale. Her dress shimmered like silver dust. Her hands were folded neatly, as though she'd been waiting. "You came back," she said softly. Her voice didn't echo it. Absorbed sound. "Who are you?" She smiled. "The hostess. Or what's left of her." Her eyes flicked toward the single candle. "It burns because you left the door open." I swallowed. "Door?" She nodded toward the hall. "Echoes are doors, Mason. You filmed one. You shared it. Now it keeps replaying." I frowned. "You mean my video?" Her smile grew faint. "Every view, every replay makes the house stronger, more real. You invited them in." My heart thudded in my ears. "That's not possible." She leaned forward. "You, of all people, should know ghosts are only real when someone believes. And you made millions believe." The candle flared. The music swelled again, louder, faster. And all at once, I heard voices, hundreds of them whispering from the mirrors, chanting between words and breaths, "Stay for the toast." The flame. The hostess stood, her face dissolving into shadow. "It's time," she said. "He's waiting." The air around me shimmered, the table elongated. Guests flickering into existence, glass by glass, face by face. Ashworth appeared last, his eyes like embers. He raised his glass. "Welcome back, Mason. You honor us." I backed away. "I'm not staying." He laughed softly like a log cracking in firelight. "You already are." The mirrors began to pulse. In each one, I saw myself sitting, drinking, laughing, burning. Hundreds of Masons, each trapped in a different frame. Ashworth tilted his head. "Do you know why the hall echoes, my boy?" I didn't answer, because sound never dies. It just waits for the right walls to remember it. Then the floor beneath me split a roar of flame-swallowing sound. The mirrors shattered outward, shards whirling in the air like molten glass. I felt heat crawl across my skin, the scream of oxygen feeding a memory of fire. And in that final moment before darkness, I heard it again, my own voice, distant, looping from somewhere deep in the static. Still waiting. Aftermath. I woke up in my car, parked at the edge of the clearing. Dawn light, silence. The camera was beside me on the passenger seat. I didn't remember bringing it. When I turned it on, the memory card read full 66 gigabytes. I copied the footage to my laptop that night. Every clip was black, except one. It was me standing in the dining hall again, glass in hand, candlelight flickering across my face. I smiled at the camera. "This time," I said, voice low, distant. "Wrong. I'll stay for the whole party." Then I blew out the candle. When I uploaded the video, it was just to prove I wasn't losing my mind. That's how it always starts, right? A rationalization, wrapped in desperation. One last experiment. One last test. I titled it simply, "The Echo Hall Raw Footage." No music, no edits. Just the file that had appeared on my desktop. Within 20 minutes, it had 500 views. Within 2 hours, the comments began. "Is anyone else hearing the piano in the background?" I paused at 11:37. "There's someone behind him." "Why does the mirror flicker like it's breathing?" By midnight, someone had slowed down the audio and posted a clip. In the faint hiss between words, you could hear the same voice I'd heard before. Still waiting. The views, it wasn't supposed to go viral. My channel was niche ghosts, old houses, the occasional EVP session. But this one spread. Reaction videos, re-uploads, people remastering the footage, amplifying the sound. One creator claimed he could see the Ashworth guests behind me if you played the video backward at half speed. Another one synced the flickers to a jazz track from the 1,930 seconds. And it fit. The rhythm aligned perfectly. A waltz. That night, when I checked my analytics, the video had crossed 1 million views. And at exactly that moment, my lights went out. The music. I sat in the dark, the glow of the monitor bleeding into the room. Somewhere beneath the hum of the CPU fan, I heard it, faint, steady, unmistakable. A piano, playing the same 3-note pattern over and over. I turned off the monitor. The music didn't stop. It was coming from somewhere deeper, not in the room, but through it, like sound slipping between frequencies. I pressed my ear to the wall. It was hollow, but behind it a pulse, like someone's fingers tapping rhythmically against plaster. Tap, 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 a slow 3/4 time signature. A waltz. The comment. When I turned the monitor back on, there was a new comment pinned to the top of the video. No username, just the text. "The candle burns for you, Mason. Don't forget the steps." I tried deleting it. It came back instantly. So I opened my inbox. There was a new message waiting, timestamped for July 15th, 11 p.m. Tomorrow. The subject line read, "Your invitation has been renewed." No body text. No sender. Just an attachment. Waltz. MP3. The song. I shouldn't have opened it, but curiosity is the mother of damnation. The file played automatically, a scratchy vinyl recording, like it had been dug out of a cellar and digitized through dust. A male voice began to sing smooth, fragile, lost between worlds. Round and round, the fire gleams, step by step. We dance our dreams, ash to ash and skin to smoke. Don't wake up, the flame's a joke. I froze, because in the background of the recording, I heard myself, my own voice, faint, caught on tape whispering, "This time I'll stay for the whole party." The studio fire. By morning, things started burning. Not literally, not at first. My editing rig overheated and died mid-render. The camera battery exploded in its charger, leaving a black ring on the desk. Then the smell came back, that sweet, choking odor of wood smoke and wax. I unplugged everything, threw the circuit breaker. Didn't help. The smell was inside the walls. So I grabbed my gear and drove to my friend Harper's place. She was a sound designer, the kind of skeptic who dissects EVP for fun. When she opened the door, her expression froze. "Mason, you look like you haven't slept in a week." "I haven't." She let me in, reluctantly. I told her everything: the mansion, the mirrors, the reappearing video. She didn't laugh. She didn't call me crazy. She just asked, "You still have the footage?" I handed her the external drive. She plugged it in. The screen lit up with static, then resolved into the image of the dining hall. Perfectly clear, no distortion. Just me, sitting at the table, smiling faintly. "That's you," Harper said. "But when did you?" Then the audio started. Not noise, not hiss. Music, the same waltz. Only this time, the sound wasn't coming from the computer speakers. It was echoing through the house, distant, muffled, as if played from the next room. Harper frowned. "That's not possible." We looked toward the living room. The dancers. The air shimmered like heat haze, and there they were, faint outlines, dozens of them, spinning slowly in place, figures made of smoke and static, looping through graceful gestures. Harper gasped. "Mason." One of them turned its head toward us. I swear to God, its face was made of embers, eyes glowing white-hot, mouth cracked like coal. It whispered, voice sifting through ash, "Join the dance." The smell of burning fabric filled the room. I grabbed Harper's arm and yanked her toward the door, but her hand was hot. I looked down. Her palm was blistering, skin searing in real time as if she were touching flame. She screamed. Then the room was on fire, not natural flame, but shimmering gold light devouring everything in slow motion. I dragged her outside, both of us gasping. When we looked back, her house was intact, perfectly normal. No fire, no smoke, just silence. But the song kept playing faintly from my pocket. My phone, the waltz.mp3 was playing again, on loop. The live stream. I deleted the video, or tried to. YouTube wouldn't let me. The delete button grayed out, frozen. And worse, the live stream started automatically. My channel had gone live without me. The title read, "The Burning Waltz Live Event, 50,000 viewers and counting." The screen showed a ballroom, my ballroom filled with spectral dancers. At the center stood a man in a black suit, holding a glass of champagne, smiling directly into the camera. Charles Ashworth. "Good evening, dear audience," he said, voice dripping charm and smoke. "And welcome to our 71st celebration. Islam mi laptop shoot." The music didn't stop. It was in the walls again, in the air vents, in my heartbeat, everywhere. The message. That night, Harper called me from an unknown number. Her voice was faint, distorted, like a bad connection through static. "Mason, you have to stop streaming. They're not watching you. You're watching them." Then silence. Then jazz. I didn't call back. I unplugged everything. Threw the laptop in the freezer. Burned the hard drives in the sink. But when I turned to the mirror, the one above my kitchen counter, I saw myself standing in the Ashworth Hall again. Behind me, dancers twirled through smoke, and in my reflection's hand was a camera, still rolling. He smiled. Round and round, Mason. Don't miss your cue. The mirror cracked. The dance. I don't know when I fell asleep, or if I ever did. At 11 p.m., the smell of smoke woke me. The reflection in the mirror was gone. In its place stood the door, the same one from the echo hall, half open, faint light spilling through. I could hear the piano again. 3 notes. Repeat. 3 notes. A slow, deliberate waltz. And underneath it, faint applause. Then a voice, warm and distant. Mason, they're waiting for your turn. Nah. I stood there, trembling. Every instinct screaming, don't. But I stepped closer. The heat hit first, soft, comforting, like sunlight on skin. Then the vision expanded floorboards, forming beneath me. Chandeliers flickering into existence, the grand staircase unfurling like a memory exhumed. The Ashworth house stood again, alive and gleaming. At the center of the room, Charles extended his hand. You filmed our tragedy, he said. Now film our finale. I? The guests turned faces molten. Smiles painted in soot. They began to sway. And somewhere within the melody, I realized the rhythm wasn't 3/4 anymore. It was my heartbeat. I lifted the camera. Through the lens, everything looked perfect. No fire, no decay, just beauty frozen in time. Ashworth raised his glass. To our eternal night. I hit record, and as I did, the flame bloomed, slow, elegant, swallowing every dancer in gold. The waltz reached its crescendo. I kept filming, because that's what I do. I document the dead. The upload. When I opened my eyes again, I was sitting at my desk. The upload bar read, 100%. Title, The Burning Waltz. Views, 1, then 2, then 10, then thousands. And from somewhere deep within the speakers, faint, just beneath the music came a familiar whisper. My voice. Don't forget the steps. The air was sweet with champagne and smoke. Not the acrid kind that stung your nose, but something softer, perfumed, nostalgic, as if the fire that once consumed this place had learned to seduce before it killed. The party was in full swing now. The jazz band, or what I thought was a band, stood in the far corner, half shrouded by shadow. Their movements were mechanical, their eyes glazed, their tuxedos hanging loosely on skeletal frames. The trumpet's bell gleamed under the chandelier, reflecting tiny fragments of orange like embers waiting to be born. I told myself I was dreaming again, or worse, filming the dream. The timestamp on my camera blinked. 11:59 p.m., the last minute before midnight. The guests gathered around the grand dining table, crystal glasses raised high. I recognized some faces from the family portraits I'd studied earlier. Smiling, elegant, untouched by time. Only now their smiles were stretched too wide, their pupils bottomless. The women's pearls gleamed like teeth. The men's cufflinks reflected the wavering light of phantom flames. I stood by the doorway, camera still rolling. My hands were trembling, but my curiosity was stronger than fear. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice boomed rich, commanding, smooth as whiskey aged too long in a barrel. The host. He stood at the head of the table, a tall man in a dark suit, silver hair slicked back, face both regal and ruined. His eyes glowed faintly, not with reflection, but with their own inner fire. 70 years, he said, his grin splitting like a wound reopening. 70 years since the night of the grandest celebration this house has ever seen. The guests applauded. The sound was wet, muffled, as though their palms were made of ash. He lifted his glass. Tonight, we raise our glasses not to memory, but to rebirth. Something in the room shifted. The chandelier flickered violently. The wall's elegant white marble a moment ago began to darken, as if soaked in invisible smoke. I lowered my camera. This wasn't playback anymore. This was live. The host's eyes turned toward me. Our guest of honor has arrived, he said, smiling. You made it, Mr. Mason. I froze. He knew my name. My mouth went dry. How? He gestured for me to come closer. his hand long and charred at the fingertips. "You've come such a long way to join us. It would be impolite not to toast." The guests turned in unison, their faces now hollowed by flame, eyes flickering like candlelight. They all smiled the same, stretched, knowing smile. A woman in a red gown approached, her perfume laced with smoke and lilac. She pressed a crystal glass into my hand. The champagne inside bubbled faintly, gold at first, then darker, thicker like oil. The host raised his glass again. "To the 70 years we've waited," he said, "and to the one who brings us closure." He nodded to me. Every eye in the room followed. I swallowed. I don't belong here. "But you do," the host said. "You recorded our voices, walked our halls, breathed our dust. You called to us, Mason." And we answered. He clinked his glass against mine. The sound rang sharp and cold, a single note that cut through the murmurs like a blade. "Drink," he said. My fingers trembled. I wanted to run, to scream, but something deeper, older compelled me to obey. I lifted the glass to my lips. The liquid was warm, metallic. It tasted like burnt sugar and blood. The band started playing again, a slow, smoky waltz that carried the rhythm of dying heartbeats. One by one, the guests began to dance. Their bodies moved with unnatural grace, their laughter rising in uneven bursts. As they spun, bits of ash fell from their clothes, forming a thin gray snow across the polished floor. The room was breathing again. The ceiling pulsed like lungs inhaling fire. The host held out his hand. "Shall we dance?" Before I could refuse, he pulled me into the circle. His grip was burning hot. My vision flickered, half the ballroom shining in golden, half engulfed in flame. The dancers twirled around us, their faces now melting, revealing blackened skulls beneath. I felt something tugging at me, not just my arm, but my entire being. The floor softened, glowing faintly red, as if the earth below were molten. "You feel it, don't you?" he whispered. "The warmth of the home we built and lost. The warmth of belonging." I gasped, the heat searing my lungs. You're dead," he smiled. "And soon, you won't be alive either. The fire doesn't kill here, Mason. It remembers." My camera, still strapped to my chest, blinked red, recording. But when I looked down, I saw nothing on the screen except myself, standing alone, surrounded by flame. The guests were gone. The music still played, but there was no band. The host's reflection appeared behind me in the lens, his eyes twin coals burning through my image. "Help me blow out the candles," he whispered near my ear. I turned. On the dining table, a massive cake had appeared, 7 layers of white frosting dripping with crimson. 70 candles burned atop it, each flame bending toward me. 70 years, he said again, voice trembling with both pride and sorrow. 70 years since anyone remembered. The air thickened. My skin began to blister from the heat. I took a step back. "I'm not part of this." "Oh, but you are," he hissed. "You came to film ghosts, but you brought the living into the memory. You reignited the night." He raised his glass one last time, to eternal celebration. The guests reappeared now, blackened, crawling, their faces peeling like charred paper. They laughed as they burned, the sound blending with the music into a grotesque harmony. The candles on the cake exploded into roaring fire. The chandelier fell, shattering. I shielded my face as embers rained down. The host leaned close, his breath hot as the inferno around us. "Make a wish, Mason." The flames swallowed the room whole. Everything went white. When I came to, I was standing in the same spot where I'd first set up my camera. The field was empty again. The air was cold. My equipment was gone. My phone melted beyond recognition. Only the faint smell of burnt sugar lingered. I looked at my watch. 12 a.m. Exactly midnight. The same minute that had never passed. In the distance, faint and cheerful, I heard the sound of jazz, then a voice, hoarse and cracking. "Come back, Mason. The candles aren't out yet." The night swallowed the sound, but I knew it wasn't over. Somewhere beyond the dark, the party was still waiting, frozen in flame, forever raising its glass to me. And next year, on another full moon, when the music plays again, I know I'll answer the invitation, because part of me already has. I didn't mean to come back. I told myself it was just research, that I was finishing the documentary, that I needed proof of what happened last year. But when the full moon rose over the barren field again, pale, swollen, watching me like an old eye that never blinked, I knew I hadn't come for proof. I'd come because something inside me had never left. The ground still smelled faintly of smoke. I could still see the blackened outline of the house in the tall grass, a ghost blueprint traced by fire 70 years ago. Or 71. Now, I pressed record. The camera blinked red. Night 71. I whispered. My voice cracked in the cold air. The site of the Hargrove estate. Same date. Same hour. Silence. Then faintly music. Not immediate. Not sharp. Just a hum at first. The slow heartbeat of a saxophone. I froze. My body remembered before my mind did. Every nerve screamed for me to run. But I didn't. Because part of me missed it, the warmth, the light, the feeling of belonging to something bigger than death. The air shimmered, and just like before, the world shifted. The mansion bloomed from the dark columns of white marble, windows glowing amber, chandeliers glittering through the mist. The night folded back 70 years as if time were just another curtain, and there they were, the guests, smiling, pristine, waiting. But something was different this time. When they turned toward me, I didn't see strangers. I saw my reflection, dozens of them, all wearing my face. Some older, some younger, all burnt around the edges. The host appeared last. His suit was the same, his grin familiar, but his eyes were mine. "Welcome home, Mason," he said softly. "You've kept your promise." My knees weakened. "No, I left. You returned." He approached slowly, the firelight curling along his silhouette like a halo made of hell. "You can't leave what you've become." He gestured toward the dining hall. The same long table waited, the cake rebuilt, 71 candles flickering, this time each flame taller, hungrier. The band began again, the same waltz, only slower. I could hear the scrape of fingernails across strings, the hollow moan of instruments that hadn't existed in decades. The room filled with whispers. They weren't speaking words, just fragments, my own voice looping back in broken echoes. To eternal celebration. The fire doesn't kill here. He reignited the night. I clutched my head, dizzy. The voices overlapped, growing louder. "Stop," I shouted. "Stop, please." The host smiled. "We can't stop. Not until you finish the toast." The candles trembled. Their flames leaned toward me, greedy. "I don't belong here," I whispered again, weaker now. He reached into his breast pocket and drew something out. My old camera half melted. The lens cracked. It was still recording. "You made us real," he said. "You gave us sight again. You made us visible to the living." He placed the camera in my hands. It was hot. "Now," he whispered, "you'll see as we see." The viewfinder flickered. For a second, I saw the world as it was, the ruined field, black and cold, nothing but ash and bone. Then, through the lens, I saw the house bright and alive, laughter spilling from the walls. But when I looked away, there was nothing. The lens was the only place the world still burned, and I realized I wasn't recording. I was remembering. Midnight. The first candle went out, then another. Each extinguished flame echoed like a heartbeat stopping. The guests grew silent, one by one, as if waiting for something to arrive. The host lifted his glass again. "To the 71st year," he said. "To the one who became the memory." He looked at me. "You kept the fire alive, Mason. Now you must feed it." The words hit me like a curse, because deep down, I knew what he meant. The fire needed a life, a spark, from the living to burn again. I stepped back, shaking my head. No, I didn't come here to To die? He interrupted gently. No, my boy. You came here to stay. The flames flared. The candles screamed yes, screamed thin, human wails twisting in the smoke. The guests began to melt again, laughter bubbling through their cracked throats. The smell of roasted flesh filled the room. My chest burned. I could feel something pulling inside me, a tether made of smoke and memory, binding me to the room. I tried to run, but my feet sank into the floor, which now pulsed like molten wood. Mason, the host said softly, stepping closer. You've already joined the party. You just haven't accepted it. He reached out a hand. I hesitated, then realized it wasn't his hand that burned. It was mine. The skin was splitting, glowing from within. My reflection in his eyes showed me the truth. My face blackened, my veins traced with ember light. No, I whispered. No, no, no. He smiled sadly. It's all right. The fire remembers. The last thing I remember clearly was the sound, a final clinking of glasses, a choir of the dam toasting in perfect harmony. To memory, they said, to the one who stayed. And then the world collapsed. Fire tore through everything. The roof screamed. The walls melted into light. The cake exploded in a fountain of sparks, 71 candles flaring into one. I fell backward into the heat, into the dark, into myself. When I opened my eyes, there was quiet. Dawn, gray light spilling across the same empty field. The mansion was gone again. I lay in the grass, cold, covered in soot. My hands were burned but not bleeding. My camera sat beside me, intact this time. I pressed play. The footage began in silence. Then the faintest sound of a match striking, and my own voice whispering, "Happy birthday." I stopped the playback. The camera kept running. Behind me, I heard faint laughter. A woman's voice, then a man's, then dozens. I turned. Nothing. But when I looked through the lens again, the mansion was back, waiting. The windows flickered with candlelight, and I could see them, all of them, standing in the ballroom, raising their glasses toward me. The host's grin was the widest. "Mason," he said, clear as daylight. "There's always room for one more." It's been 3 days since then. I haven't left the site. I can't. Every night, the jazz starts earlier. Every morning, the smoke lingers longer. I stopped uploading videos, stopped calling for help. The camera is my only mirror now, and every time I turn it on, I see more of them and less of me. I know it's coming. Tomorrow is my birthday, 71 years after the last one. And this time, when the candles light themselves and the music starts again, I won't just film the party. I'll host it. The sheriff's dead end. The desert had a way of swallowing sound. Even the tires of my cruiser made no noise as I rolled past the edge of town, down the dirt road that led to the old landfill. The headlights cut through dust like knives through gauze, revealing nothing but pale brush and the silvered ribs of dead cacti. The wind had no warmth, just a dry hiss that crawled beneath my collar and whispered against the microphone on my shoulder. It was 2:17 a.m. The dispatch line had been silent for hours. I'd volunteered to take another lap out here, though no one asked me to. Maybe it was duty. Maybe it was guilt. Kevin Barker, 17, missing since Monday. Last seen near the high school lot, walking home after basketball practice. His mother still left the porch light on. The first search team came back empty. The second found his jacket, blood on the sleeves, torn near the shoulder. The lab said it was an animal. I parked the cruiser near the landfill gate, or what used to be a gate. The wind had chewed the metal to ribbons years ago. The air stank faintly of oil and rust. Above me, the moon hung like an unblinking eye, throwing everything into white and black, no grays, no mercy. I stepped out, boots crunching on gravel. The radio crackled once, a burst of static, then silence. I told myself it was distance. The nearest relay tower was 30 miles out. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the static came from here. The ground was uneven, riddled with pits and mounds from the old dump. The place had been closed for years after some story about a buried well collapsing. Locals called it the sheriff's dead end. I'd never liked the name, sounded like a bad joke about my job. I followed the trail, where the blood had been found. The dirt was pale and dry, crusted over like ash. I knelt, shining my flashlight low. The beam caught something, not blood. Not exactly. More like a smear of dried clay, darker than the soil around it, and embedded in it, a shoe print. Barely a heel. Drag marks. Kevin? My voice came out flat, devoured by the air. You out here, son? Nothing. The wind shifted. I could hear something faint beyond the dunes, a rhythmic scraping, soft but steady, like someone dragging a bag across gravel. I froze, angled the light, and started toward the sound. The farther I went, the colder the air became. My breath fogged, which shouldn't have been possible, not in this kind of dry cold. The sound grew louder. Scrape. Stop. Scrape. Stop. It came from behind a mound of rusted junk, twisted sheets of corrugated metal, the remains of an old sign. I stepped closer, light trembling across the edges. Something moved behind it. A shadow hunched low, the size of a person, or half of one. Sheriff Bates, I said, voice steady out of habit. If you're hurt, don't move. The shape stopped. Then it slid backward, slow and deliberate. The scraping came again, closer now, mixed with the sound of wet breath. I swung the light around the corner. Nothing. Just the desert, pale and empty. Then I saw the marks, deep trenches in the sand, parallel lines, smeared with something dark. They stretched back toward the landfill pit, as though something had been pulling itself toward it. I followed, one hand near my holster. The radio hissed again. A voice came through, warped and distant. Copy. Station. Signal weak. Copy, I said, but the voice faded before I could finish. The trail ended at the lip of the pit, a black hollow in the moonlight. I crouched at the edge, shining the beam downward. At first I saw only the reflection of the light on something metallic. Then the shape beside it resolved fabric, torn, fluttering weakly in the wind. A piece of a jacket, Kevin's. And under it, a hand, pale, still. My pulse went sharp. I reached for the radio again. Dispatch, I've got a body. Repeat. Possible. The line broke into a shriek of static loud enough to make me flinch. Then I heard it. Beneath the static, a whisper. Give it back. The sound was so soft I thought I imagined it. Then it came again. Closer. Rasping through the static like a throat full of sand. Give it back. My flashlight flickered. For half a second, I saw movement in the pit. A twitch. A spasm. The hand moved, not reaching up but dragging itself sideways. I took a step back, boots slipping on loose gravel. The air thickened. The smell hit next rot and iron. The kind of smell that stays in your teeth. I called out again, louder. Who's down there? No answer. Just that scraping sound, now louder, heavier. I could see it now, a figure, half buried, shoulders twisting, arms digging into the dirt to haul itself forward. The light caught its face, or what was left of one, eyes wide, mouth open, no sound, just breath. The thing stopped at the bottom of the pit, head turning up toward me, and for a second, the moonlight hit it clean. It didn't have legs, not torn, not missing, gone. Like the world had ended at its waist, its hands clawed into the earth. The voice came again, bubbling out of the pit. Where's the rest? My hand went to my gun. I didn't draw, couldn't. Something about the way it looked at me as if it knew my name, my face, the badge on my chest froze me in place. Then the whisper changed. Not demanding now, just pleading. It's cold down here. The thing dragged itself another few inches closer, leaving a trail of blood and dust. I stumbled backward, the flashlight trembling in my hand. Then the ground shifted under my boot. The sand cracked like old bone. I fell hard, one knee sinking into the dirt. From below came the clinking of chains. Faint, rhythmic, like something bound was turning in its sleep. I scrambled up and backed away, eyes locked on the pit, The sound didn't stop, even as I reached the cruiser. Even as I slammed the door and threw it into reverse, I could still hear it chains, dragging, echoing through the static of my radio. And just before I hit the highway, a voice whispered through the speaker one last time, "Sheriff Bates, bring it back." The sun rose without color, just a thin, washed-out light bleeding through the desert haze. By the time I got back to the station, my cruiser looked like it had been buried in dust for years. No one said a word when I walked in, just the creak of chairs and the hum of the ceiling fan that hadn't worked right since last winter. Deputy Mills looked up from his desk. "You find anything out there?" I opened my mouth, then stopped. What was I supposed to say? That I saw half a body crawling through the dirt? That it spoke? I just nodded toward the evidence bag on my desk, Kevin's torn jacket, zipped shut. "Get that to forensics," I said. "And tell them to run soil samples, too. There's something wrong with that place." "Wrong? How?" I looked at him. His eyes were young, still full of trust that the world worked in clean lines. "Just wrong," I said. By afternoon, I was back at the pit. The tracks from my cruiser were still there, half covered by wind-blown grit. The air carried that same dry chill, the kind that makes metal taste sharp on your tongue. This time, I brought equipment. Floodlight, recorder, a pair of cuffs, though I couldn't say what I planned to use them for. The landfill was silent except for the wind dragging across old trash heaps. Somewhere out there, a piece of sheet metal groaned like a slow scream. I set up the light near the edge of the pit and aimed it down. Nothing moved. The bottom was empty. Just sand and half-buried junk, old tires, broken furniture, bones that might have been animal. I crouched low, scanning the dirt for signs of movement. The drag marks I'd seen last night were still there, faint but real. They didn't stop at the pit, though not exactly. They branched. 2 sets. One fresh, one older. The newer trail led north, toward the dried creek bed. I followed. As I walked, I realized how quiet it was. No crickets, no wind. Even my footsteps felt muffled. I could hear the blood in my ears. After about 50 yards, I found something half buried in the sand, a footprint. Small, size 9, maybe 10. Kevin's size. My heart thudded once. Heavy. Then I noticed the other print beside it. Wider, deeper. The heel was missing. Just 2 gouges from fingers. Dragging forward, the trail led to a cluster of scrub brush. The kind that rattles when the wind hits it. Except there was no wind now, only that soft rattling sound. I pulled my gun, pushed through the brush and froze. Kevin's shoe. Still teed. Still full. Inside it was a sock. And inside that, nothing. Not torn, just empty, like something had taken the foot clean away. I stepped back, bile burning in my throat. My flashlight caught something glinting beside the shoe, a scrap of metal, blackened and thin like a shard of chain link. When I picked it up, it was cold, colder than the air. The recorder on my belt clicked softly. I hadn't turned it on. It played back static, slow and rhythmic. Then, faintly, a voice beneath it. "He took what's mine." I dropped it. The static cut out. Behind me, the brush rustled again. Not from wind, from weight. Heavy, slow, scraping through sand. I turned, gun raised. There was nothing in sight, but I could hear it. The same sound from last night. The dragging. The pull of flesh against stone. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice echoed flatly off the hills. Then, out of the corner of my light, I saw movement low to the ground, crawling fast. It slipped behind an old truck carcass half buried in the dunes. I moved closer, steady. Each step crunched louder than it should have. When I reached the truck, I saw the marks again, deep. Symmetrical trenches in the sand, still moist. Whatever it was had gone under the truck. I crouched. The space beneath was dark, too narrow for a person, but I could see it. A pale shape pressed against the ground, fingers gripping the sand like roots clawing for water. The voice came from below the truck. "Cold. Give it back." I pulled away. My breath came out in clouds again, and then I saw something else lying beside the wheel. A piece of torn fabric. Not Kevin's jacket. A uniform sleeve. My sleeve. Same stitching. Same patch. The edge was frayed, like it had been torn from me. I looked down at my arm. The sleeve was whole. But for a moment, a single, flickering heartbeat, I could see through it, like light through dust. The whisper came again, almost close enough to touch. You buried him. With me. The wind returned suddenly, sharp and cold. It tore through the brush, scattering sand over my boots. I blinked, and the voice was gone. The silence that followed felt wrong. Not peaceful, but hollow, like the air had been scooped out. I backed away, eyes on the truck, then turned toward the pit. The wind hissed around me, carrying something faint chains, clinking, distant but steady. By the time I reached the cruiser, my radio was alive again. Sheriff Bates, you reading? Mills. His voice was thin, shaky. Yeah, I said. I'm here. You better get back here. We found something in the station basement. What kind of something? A pause. Then, a locker. Marked with your name, and inside, a prosthetic leg. Tagged from the 1989 flood site. My throat went dry. The year the landfill closed. The year they found that half body the town wouldn't talk about. I turned off the radio. The moon had risen again, a pale wound in the sky. The wind picked up, carrying that faint, dragging rhythm through the dust. Somewhere out there, beyond the dunes, something was still moving. And for the first time, I realized the whisper wasn't asking anymore. It was coming to collect. When I got back to the station, the world looked bleached out. The street lamps flickered in a pale yellow haze, bending under the desert wind. The town of Harrow Creek slept in its usual silence, just a few windows lit, the rest swallowed by dust and time. Inside, the air smelled like stale coffee and wet metal. Mills stood by the basement door, his face gray under the flickering light. He held a key ring that jingled with each nervous twitch of his hand. It's still down there, he said. I didn't want to touch it. Good, I told him, though my voice didn't sound like mine. Stay up here. No. The basement steps groaned under my boots. The light at the top barely reached the bottom. Halfway down, the air changed colder, heavier. I could taste iron. The last bulb flickered once, then steadied. Rows of old evidence lockers stretched along the concrete wall, each with a metal tag and layer of dust thick enough to hold a fingerprint. Locker 17B had my name etched on the plate, not a label etched, as if carved with something sharp. I hesitated, then twisted the latch. The door creaked open. Inside lay a brown evidence box. I pulled it out and set it on the workbench beneath the light. The tape across the top was brittle. I peeled it back slowly, careful not to break the silence. Inside, a single prosthetic leg. Military issue. Carbon frame. The number 189 farads stamped near the joint. The foot end was cracked, smeared with dried mud or blood. Next to it, a manila envelope. I opened it. Inside were photos black and white, water damaged. The first was a young man in uniform, smiling in front of a sheriff's cruiser. Me, but not me. The badge number was mine, yet the face, older, rougher. The second photo showed a body half buried in sand, missing its lower half. The date scribbled in the corner, the 12th of August, 1989. The third photo, I almost dropped it. It was a child, maybe 12, standing beside the landfill's edge. The same boy I'd seen in the missing persons report, Kevin, but this photo was decades old. My pulse began to pound. From behind me came a sound faint, metallic, clink. I turned. The chain that hung from the basement ceiling was swaying gently, as if something unseen had brushed past. Who's there? No answer. Then, the voice low, distorted, seeping through the concrete. You kept what wasn't yours. I froze. The sound wasn't coming from the room. It was inside the air, like the walls themselves were exhaling it. You buried me. You took my name. The light flickered, and for an instant I saw something in the corner, a shape on the floor, half seen, half formed, upper torso only, shoulders dragging across the concrete, leaving a wet smear in its wake. I backed toward the stairs, but the steps behind me creaked, not from my weight, from someone else's. The air thickened, filled with the smell of scorched dirt and something worse wrought beneath heat. I reached for my gun. My hand brushed the holster empty. The figure spoke again. Closer this time. He found the leg. It pulled itself into the light. Its eyes were the holes where eyes should have been caught the glare, reflecting it like dull mirrors. Now find the rest. Its mouth didn't move when it spoke. The sound came from its chest, deep and grinding. Each word seemed to pull sand from the air, forming a slow vortex around it. I staggered backward, hand scraping the wall. Something crumbled under my fingers' plaster. I looked down. Beneath the cracked paint was a line of black writing, etched into the wall itself. Sheriff Bates, 1,989. And beneath it another name, almost erased. Deputy Henry Bates. I stared. My head spun. I'd joined the force in 2004. I wasn't even alive in 1989, but the handwriting, I knew it. It was mine. The ghost, the torso, the crawling thing began to move toward me again, dragging itself, leaving twin streaks of dark residue across the floor. You took his place. You took his life. I didn't, I shouted, though I didn't know who I was defending. I don't even know you. It stopped, tilted its head. The jaw cracked open slightly, and from its mouth spilled sand. Not blood sand. Fine, dry, whispering as it hit the floor. Then why? Do you remember my dream? The question hit me like a hammer. My mind flashed a memory that wasn't mine. Floodlights, the stench of burning trash, the feel of cold metal in my hands as I pulled a body from the pit. I could hear the voice of a young man calling for help, then choking as the sand filled his throat. And above it all, my voice saying, "Leave him. The desert will keep it quiet." My vision blurred. I stumbled toward the stairs. The ghost didn't follow it, only whispered, "Midnight, Sheriff." When the chains sang again, the bulb overhead burst with a sharp pop. Darkness swallowed the basement. I climbed the stairs in near blindness, each step a slow drag upward through syrup-thick air. When I reached the top, Mills was gone. The lobby was empty. Outside, the desert was awake. The wind howled like something alive. Across the street, I saw movement. A figure in a tattered uniform walking without legs, carried by nothing but the night. And in the distance, toward the landfill, faint lights were glowing, like lanterns flickering in a fog. For a moment, I thought I heard the sound of laughter, dry, broken, like air leaking from a pipe. Then it became something else. The rattle of chains, slow and steady, marking time. The dragging hour was coming again, and this time, it had my name written on it. The road out to the landfill was nothing but a pale scar through the desert, a strip of dirt so dry it cracked like broken bone. I drove slow. The cruiser's headlights carved twin tunnels through the dust, catching the edges of sagebrush and rusted road signs half buried in sand. The radio hissed static, a dry whisper that rose and fell like the desert breathing. The clock on the dash read 11:47 p.m. Mills hadn't come back. The station lights were still on when I left, but the place felt hollow, like the air itself had been evacuated. As I drove, the sound of the engine started to falter. It coughed once, then twice, then stuttered like a heartbeat skipping a beat. I checked the fuel gauge. Full. The desert wind pressed against the car, moaning low through the cracks in the door seals. Up ahead, the road forked. One side led toward town, the other toward nothing. I took the one toward nothing. The sand began to swallow the tires. The wheels spun, squealed, then caught traction again. The air tasted metallic, sharp, like something burnt long ago still hung in it. And then headlights. Not mine. Far ahead, two faint yellow orbs floated in the darkness. A truck, maybe. Or a reflection. I slowed the cruiser and leaned forward, squinting through the dust-streaked windshield. The lights didn't move. When I blinked, they vanished. I sat there for a long moment, engine idling, watching the darkness shift like water. Then, I heard a sound I'd heard too many times before. Metal dragging against rock. Slow, rhythmic, coming closer. The desert wind carried it from somewhere off the road. I turned off the engine and stepped out. Silence. Then drag. "Who's out there?" I called, my voice breaking in the cold air. The moon hung high, white and flat, painting the sand like frost. Something moved at the edge of my vision, a shape crawling low to the ground, too slow to be human. I raised my flashlight. The beam cut through dust, finding a line in the sand, two parallel tracks, deep and wet, leading away from the road toward the landfill basin. My stomach turned. I followed. The closer I got, the colder the air became. My breath came out white. The desert never did that, not in July. The basin opened up like a crater, rimmed with jagged concrete and twisted rebar. Inside were piles of old junk stoves, cars, televisions, half swallowed by sand. And at the center, something was burning. Not a fire. Not really. It was a glow, faint orange, pulsing from beneath the sand like the earth was breathing embers. I walked closer. The smell hit me first. Not smoke, but burnt hair. Then came the whisper, like someone leaning too close to my ear. "Welcome back, Sheriff." My flashlight flickered, then steadied, revealing a man standing across the basin. He wore a torn uniform, sheriff stripes. The badge gleamed faintly, blackened by soot. I froze. He looked exactly like me. Not just similar, identical. Same face, same eyes, same scar above the brow from the bar fight in '03. But his skin was dry and cracked, like old parchment. When he smiled, his lips split. "You've been driving my road a long time, Bates," he said. "The road that ends in sand." "Oh," my throat went dry. "Who the hell are you?" He tilted his head. "I'm the man who stopped running." Something shifted behind him. In the half-light, I saw them figures crawling out of the dunes. Not standing, not walking, pulling themselves. Dozens of them, their arms clawed through the dust. Faces half-formed, mouths gaping but silent. Every one of them wore a fragment of something human. A shoe, a badge, a strip of uniform fabric. One of them lifted its head. Kevin's face stared back at me, eyes wide, lips blackened. I stumbled backward. "No, you're not real." The other Bates laughed softly. It was a dry sound, like sand pouring from a jar. "You called them ghosts," he said. "You filmed their pain. You made a living off it. That's not... You forgot what this town was built on. You forgot me." He began walking toward me. No, dragging toward me. His boots made no sound. The ground seemed to ripple beneath him. 36 years ago, they buried a sheriff here. Half a man, the other half walked away. I took another step back. "That's impossible. I wasn't even born." His grin widened, splitting his cheek. "The desert remembers. It just rewrites the names." The earth below me trembled. The sand began to sink, sliding in slow spirals around my boots. Beneath it, I could see bones old, bleached, stretching in every direction like roots. The voices rose, a low chant of breath, broken words stitched together by the wind. He took the road. He took the name. He took the legs of the dead. I dropped to my knees, clawing at the sand. Something hard caught my fingers, metal. I pulled it free. It was a badge. The number burned away. The back was engraved with a single word: return. When I looked up, the other Bates was standing directly in front of me. His eyes were hollow, but deep in the sockets glimmered a faint orange light, the same glow as the embers beneath the sand. "You think you've been hunting ghosts, Sheriff?" he whispered. "You are the ghost." He reached out, his hand black and cracked. When his fingers brushed my chest, I felt heat searing, spreading through me like dry fire. Images flashed behind my eyes, the same basin, decades ago. Men shouting, fire lighting the night sky. A man crawling, his legs crushed beneath rubble. Another man standing above him, face lit by flame. Me. You took my badge, the ghost said. You took my breath. You took my road. I tried to speak, but no sound came out. He leaned closer, and for a moment, I saw not his face but mine, as it should have aged. Now give it back. The world tilted. The glow from the sand grew brighter, swallowing the night. The crawling figures began to dissolve, turning into dust that swirled upward like smoke. My lungs burned, my vision blurred. I felt the weight of something heavy pulling me down, not gravity, but guilt. The last thing I heard before everything went white was his voice, quiet, almost kind. The desert keeps what it's owed. Then silence. When I opened my eyes, the sun was rising. The cruiser sat where I'd left it, half buried in sand. The basin was empty. No glow, no bodies, just wind. I looked down. My badge was gone. In its place, pinned to my chest, was a tarnished nameplate. Sheriff H. Bates 1989. I felt something heavy inside my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a bullet casing cold, etched with the word return. As I stood, the wind shifted, and in the distance, the faint rattle of chains echoed through the desert. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats again. I turned toward it without thinking. The wind carried the sound closer, clearer, till I could almost make out a voice beneath it whispering in rhythm with the chains. Midnight comes, Sheriff. The road never ends. The desert shimmered in the heat of the coming day, pale and endless. I started walking. The wind was sharper that night, not just cold, but intentional. It cut between the rocks and through the dry shrubs like a whispering blade. The sand hissed against my boots as I walked the ridge, flashlight trembling in my hand. The old patrol car was a shrinking speck behind me, its red taillights blinking like dying embers. I didn't come back to the desert for answers. I came because I knew what waited out there still had my badge. When Kevin's mother screamed my name through the phone, I almost didn't answer. I already knew the tone of tremor mixed with hope and terror, the kind that only comes from hearing something scratching outside your window after midnight. She said she'd heard boots on gravel. Heavy, dragon boots. I told her to lock her doors and stay quiet. Then I put my hat on and drove toward the wind. The town was silent behind me. Only the radio spoke, a faint murmur of dispatch static. Channel 9 had been dead for weeks, no officers left to call in, just me and the night. When I reached the old landfill road, my headlights caught the outline of something crouched beside a tumbleweed. It was still for a moment, then it scurried backward not fast enough to hide the glint of metal where a face should have been. The sheriff's badge. Mine, pinned to a chest made of dust. I stopped the car and stepped out, my hand on the holster. The figure stood. Moonlight revealed what the flashlight refused to, a uniform like mine, shredded and half buried in sand. A man-shaped outline that shimmered like heat waves over asphalt. Bates, the voice scraped, dry and distant. We found the legs. The tone was familiar. Too familiar. Deputy Cole? I asked, though my throat didn't believe it. Cole had vanished 2 nights after Kevin. His patrol car had been found at mile marker 19. Engine still running, door wide open. The figure tilted its head. You left me there. The sound of his voice wasn't coming from the mouth, it was leaking from the dust, from the ground beneath us. The flashlight beam cut across what was left of his lower half. Gone, just gone, the ribs frayed into nothing, like sand crumbling at the edges. Cole, or whatever was wearing him, took a step closer. The ground sighed under the weight of his dragging arms. I raised my gun. Stop right there. The wind rose, hissing through the hollow bones of the desert. Cole stopped moving, but the dust kept rising around him, coiling up like smoke. I smelled the old stench again, rust, blood, and something dry-rotted, like burned rope. He pointed toward the horizon. You took his bones. You buried them under the station. They never stopped walking. My stomach clenched, because he wasn't wrong. We'd paved that lot 10 years ago, right over the burial ground, The old townsfolk used to dump the bodies of outlaws and vagrants. We called it the dead end. A joke, back then. I took a step back. Cole, listen to me. But the ground split. The sound wasn't thunder, it was tearing. Like the world itself had been stitched wrong and was finally pulling at the seams. Sand burst upward, carrying with it a storm of bones, ribs, spines, femurs, all tangled and twitching, as if searching for an owner. Cole's voice melted into the wind. Every sheriff ends here, Bates. The road don't stop, it just changes hands. I ran. The sand turned to ash under my boots, and the horizon tilted like a sinking ship. Behind me, something enormous dragged itself free from the desert, a shape too wide to see all at once. Arms made of bone and soil. A head split open like a hollow skull with moonlight bleeding through the cracks. The town needs a watcher, the thing whispered. Cole's voice, Kevin's voice, the outlaw's voice, all blending, all pleading. You kept them safe, Bates. Keep them still. My gun was useless. The bullets dissolved before they hit. The wind howled through my ears like a siren, and then it stopped. Everything stopped. The desert went mute. When I opened my eyes, I was back inside the station. My chair creaked. The coffee on my desk was cold. The clock above the door said 2:17 a.m. Dispatch crackled softly. Sheriff Bates, we've got a call. Missing boy. Last seen near mile marker 19. The same words. The same voice. I looked down. My badge gleamed faintly under the fluorescent light. But it wasn't clean, the metal was rusted. Dust pressed into every letter. Outside, the wind began again, gentle at first, then louder, carrying a sound that wasn't quite human. A dragging. A shuffle, like something half alive crawling toward the door. I picked up the radio. My voice was calm, hollow. Copy that, dispatch. I'll check it out. When I stepped outside, the desert was waiting. The moon hung pale and swollen over the horizon, lighting up the endless road. I walked toward the car, boots crunching over gravel. Each step felt heavier, slower, and somewhere behind me inside the office another pair of boots followed. Same rhythm, same weight. The wind whispered across the sand, echoing the same phrase I'd heard in the dark, from Cole's broken mouth. The road don't end, Sheriff, it just circles back. I started the engine. The headlights came on. In the rearview mirror, my reflection was still wearing the badge, but the face beneath the hat wasn't mine anymore. The late climb. I used to think I was just tired. That the building itself wasn't strange, just old, overworked, like the rest of us who lived in it. But I've started to notice things you only catch after midnight. The kind of things the daytime refuses to remember. My name's Jason. I'm a software engineer, recently relocated to an apartment block called the Helios. 5 floors, gray concrete, fluorescent corridors that smell like dust and hot plastic. The kind of place built for efficiency, not warmth. My floor, the 5th, was supposed to be quiet. No families, no parties. Just the hum of other people's computers bleeding through the walls. That night I stayed late again. 1:30 in the morning. The office lights buzzed like insects as I packed up. My brain was fogged, the blue light from the monitor still pulsing behind my eyes. Outside, the city was all vapor fog curling off the river, neon reflected on wet asphalt. The cab ride home was silent except for the driver's breath and the occasional flicker of radio static. When I got to the Helios, it was colder than usual. The kind of cold that doesn't sting, it seeps. The lobby light flickered above the cracked tile floor. I remember glancing at the elevator, doors half open, frozen mid-breath. A paper sign taped to the wall said, "Out of order," in faded red marker. It had been there for weeks, so I took the stairs. I always did. The stairwell was narrow, with concrete walls painted the color of old teeth. The bulbs along the way were those long fluorescent tubes, the kind that don't just hum, they sputter. Every step echoed upward. A flat, hollow clap swallowed by silence. I counted the floors the way I always did. Out of habit, maybe out of comfort. 1, 2, 3. The familiar smell of dust and detergent grew sharper as I climbed. I could hear the building's bones, the distant hum of pipes, the quiet groan of something shifting far above. When I reached the fourth landing, I paused. The air was cooler there, the kind that makes your breath visible even indoors. The light above the 4 flickered once, then steadied. Nothing unusual. I turned and kept going. 5. Except there wasn't a 5. The next landing was exactly like the one before. Same cracked paint. Same emergency exit sign with the corner peeled up. Same 4. I stopped, frowned, looked back down. Maybe I'd miscounted. Maybe I was just that tired. I walked back down 1 flight. 3 was still there. I went back up 4 again. I even checked my watch, like it could somehow confirm reality. It read 1:57 a.m. Okay, I muttered. My voice sounded too loud in that stairwell. I kept going. Another flight. Another 4. The number plate was crooked this time, hanging by a single screw. The shadows it threw under the flickering light made it look like the digits were trembling. I ran my fingers over the metal, expecting dust. It was warm, almost too warm, like something living had just touched it. I took a step back. My foot echoed. Somewhere above me, a light flickered, then went out. The hum of the fluorescent tubes stuttered, faltered, then resumed. And in between, for a breathless moment, I heard it. A sound that didn't belong. Soft. Wet. Like someone crying into their hands. I froze, my pulse kicking. The sound came from above. Faint, but real. A thin, broken whimper. Barely a voice. I waited, but it didn't repeat. My throat was dry. I swallowed, started walking again. I didn't like standing still. The stairwell seemed to lean when I wasn't moving, as if gravity itself shifted slightly off-center. The 4th floor landing looked exactly the same, but the shadows had deepened. The corners felt heavier. The air pressed against my chest. I reached the next step and climbed again. Faster this time. Stil 4. The number seemed darker now. The walls looked wet, though when I brushed my hand against them, they were bone dry. The smell changed to faintly sweet, like old flowers or spoiled milk. And then the crying came again. Closer. It wasn't steady, but broken, gasping between soft sobs, as if whoever it was couldn't quite breathe. I called out, "Hello?" Nothing. Just the hum of the lights. I climbed 1 more flight, counting my steps under my breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. The crying stopped, and in that sudden silence, I heard something else. A faint scraping sound, like someone dragging a shoe across the floor just behind me. I turned so fast, my neck popped. Empty stairs. Nothing. I started breathing through my mouth, too scared to make noise. The silence felt thick. Even my breath seemed to get caught in it. I tried to keep moving, to think rationally. Maybe I was hallucinating from exhaustion. Maybe the building had some architectural loop. A mistake. I told myself all that, but my hands were trembling, and I couldn't ignore the smell of burning dust, faint, electric, like the air right before a storm. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. Okay, I said aloud again. You're fine, Jason. Just tired. Just stairs. The crying started a 3rd time, but now it wasn't above or below. It was right there behind the door marked 4. It sounded small, fragile, like a child crying softly, trying not to be heard. Something in me, instinct or maybe guilt, pushed me closer. The door was metal, with a wired glass window. The glass was black from the other side. I leaned closer. The crying stopped mid-breath. I waited. Then came 3 soft knocks from behind the door. Slow, measured. 1, 2, 3. I jumped back, heart hammering. My breath fogged in the air. There was no draft, no wind, but the hair on my arm stood up. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Instead, I found myself whispering, "Who's there?" No answer. Then faint, right next to my ear, a whisper, "You're late." I spun around, but there was no one. The door was closed. the air still. Only the fluorescent light above me flickered once, humming louder than before. I didn't remember running. But suddenly I was on the next flight, taking stairs 2 at a time, until my lungs burned. I didn't care what floor I was on, I just wanted out. The stairwell blurred into repetition. The same landing, the same 4, the same humming light. It felt like being trapped inside a mirror of itself. And then, when I stopped dizzy, panting, I saw something new. The number plate on the wall wasn't 4 anymore. It was blank, just a rectangular space where something had been ripped off. Screw holes like puncture marks. I stared at it, trying to understand. The silence that followed was so absolute it felt like the building had stopped breathing. Even the lights went still, and from the top of the stairwell far, far above came a slow, deliberate sound. Step, 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 not echoing, not distant. Descending, I backed down 1 stair, then another, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The steps continued steady, human, and impossibly slow. Whoever it was, they were taking their time. Each step dragged like someone testing the strength of the floor. When the light above me began to flicker again, I caught a glimpse of something between the shadows. A shoe, black, polished, hanging over the edge of the upper stair, motionless. Then another sound, faint but unmistakable, a woman's voice, hushed, gentle, barely above the hum. You shouldn't be here. And as I looked up, the light went out completely. When the light went out, I thought the world had ended. For a full second, maybe more, there was nothing. No sight, no sound, just pressure, like the air itself had thickened around me. Then a faint, flickering glow seeped through from somewhere above, pale, greenish, unsteady. The emergency light. My flashlight shook in my hand. When I clicked it on, the beam caught the dust floating thick in the air. Each particle hung there, like ash and water. I aimed upward, toward where I'd seen that black shoe, but the steps were empty now. Just concrete, just shadows. The hum of the fluorescence started again, faint and uneven, like a heartbeat restarting after a long pause. I whispered, "Okay." It came out cracked. My throat felt raw. I needed to get out. I turned and started down the stairs. My steps were careful, slow, measured, counting in my head to keep myself steady. The building felt wrong now, as if it had shifted a few inches sideways, subtly out of alignment. Every time I moved, the air seemed to sigh. The next landing came into view. My heart jumped. The metal plate on the wall read, 4. Again. I froze. The number looked cleaner this time, newer, like someone had just polished it. The screws gleamed under the light. "No," I muttered. "No, no, no." I kept going. Another flight down. Same layout. Same crack in the plaster. Same faint water stain running down the corner. The number on the wall still said 4. I descended again. Faster. The same. And again. And again. Each flight identical, like someone had copied and pasted reality itself. At some point, I stopped checking the numbers. The air was getting heavier, harder to breathe. The smell of dust had deepened into something metallic, almost like rust or old blood. My flashlight flickered, its battery dying. The beam wavered across the railing, catching the glint of something small, a droplet, hanging at the tip of the lowest stair. I reached down to touch it. It wasn't water. It was tacky. I wiped my fingers on my jeans and kept moving. The walls were closing in. I could feel it, maybe not literally, but in that deep, instinctive way your body knows you're in danger. Every step felt longer, slower, heavier. I stopped once to listen, hoping for some sign of life, or at least traffic from outside. Nothing. No city noise. No hum of streetlights through the vent shafts. Just the faint, repeating buzz of the fluorescent tubes, and underneath that, a low sound I couldn't quite place. A shuffle, then a faint, uneven breath. It was coming from below. I aimed my flashlight downward. The beam trembled. For a second, I thought I saw movement, the hem of a white dress disappearing around a landing. But when I hurried down, there was only the wall, the same damned floor, and that sweet, sour smell again, stronger now. I sat down on the step. My legs were shaking. My mind was running in circles. Some kind of architectural glitch, a hallucination, sleep deprivation. I even tried to recall the building's layout: 5 floors, 10 apartments each. The exit was supposed to be 2 landings below my apartment. Simple math. Except I'd been walking for what felt like 20 minutes, maybe longer. Okay, I whispered again, though I didn't know who I was talking to. The air shivered. A soft tizz from the nearest light bulb, the sound of fluorescent fatigue. Then, a faint echo. Okay, the same word. My own voice, slightly delayed, like playback from a distant speaker. I froze. Hello? I called. The stairwell answered. Hello? Then silence. I stood. My pulse was hammering now, ears ringing. I took a step downward. The echo took one too. I stopped. So did it. When I lifted my foot again, the echo lifted too, just a heartbeat late, like someone trying to mimic me. It wasn't a sound reflection. It was something else. Something that knew the shape of my movement, but not the timing. I turned my light slowly toward the wall. The reflection came from the faint metal sheen of the stair railing enough to catch shapes. My outline was there, stretched and warped by the angle, but behind it, another shape, taller, leaner, unmoving. The breath caught in my throat. The figure didn't move when I did. It just stood there, half cast in the flickering light, long arms, tilted head, too still to be human, and then it breathed. I ran. Not up, not down, I didn't care. I just moved, pounding stairs, gripping the rail so hard my knuckles burned. The air grew thicker as I climbed, hot and cold at the same time. The lights above me popped once, twice, cascading into darkness behind me. I could hear footsteps now, fast and scraping, echoing out of sync. Too many, too close. When I burst through the next landing, my flashlight caught something ahead the door. The same metal door labeled 4. I didn't think. I shoved it open and stumbled inside. The hallway beyond was long and narrow, lined with closed apartment doors. Everything smelled of mildew and detergent. The wallpaper was peeling, the ceiling bulbs dimmed to a sickly amber glow. But at least it was different, a corridor, not stairs. For a second, I thought I'd made it. Then I noticed something strange. Every door had the same number. 4B. All down the hall, 20 identical metal numbers nailed to the wood, each slightly tilted in a different direction. The same apartment repeated, over and over, like the stairs before. I whispered no. Somewhere ahead, a door creaked open. The sound was delicate, hinges moving slow, careful not to draw attention. I stepped backward, flashlight raised. A sliver of darkness widened between the frame and the door. A shadow moved inside, and then came the sound. A woman humming, low, sweet, tuneless, almost like a lullaby sung backward. I tightened my grip on the flashlight. My hand was slick with sweat. Who's there? The humming stopped. Then, softly, from the open doorway, Jason. It wasn't the whisper from before. It was gentler, warmer, familiar. My breath hitched. What? How do you know my name? Silence. Then, you've already been here. The words floated through the hall like smoke. Something cold brushed my arm, a draft. Or fingers. I couldn't tell. The lights above me flickered once, and in that brief blackout, the entire corridor shifted. I don't mean I imagined it. I felt it. The floor lurched slightly, the walls bent inward. When the light blinked back, the open door was closed again. Every door now said 4C. I turned around. The way I came in was gone. Just more hallway, stretching infinitely in both directions. I ran, slamming my shoulder against doors, shouting for help. Each one rattled but refused to open. Behind one of them I heard something moving, a faint, wet, dragging sound. Behind another a whisper, "Don't leave yet." I hit harder until my hands throbbed. Nothing gave. Then one door handle turned on its own. Slowly, smoothly, It clicked open. The smell hit first old wood, lavender, and something metallic underneath. My flashlight flickered as I aimed it inside. There was a mirror across the room, and in it, my reflection. Yes, but not right. The reflection lagged. My head turned. It followed half a second later. My chest rose and fell. Its breath came delayed. And the eyes weren't mine. They were dark, swollen, unfocused, like they'd been drowned. Behind the reflection, I saw the stairwell. The door I had come through, and on the wall beside it, shining faintly in the dim light, the number 5. My stomach twisted. I turned around fast. The hallway behind me was gone. Only the open door, and the whisper of the mirror breathing softly in the still air. Then the reflection smiled. It lifted its hand slow, deliberate, and pointed upward, toward the ceiling. I followed its gesture, though I didn't want to. The plaster above me bulged outward, as if something was pressing from the other side. A faint scraping sound began nails, dragging slowly along the inside of the wall. The bulge deepened, then something split. A pale hand broke through the plaster, fingers trembling, skin gray and cracked. Another hand followed, then a head featureless except for 2 black sockets where eyes should have been. It dropped down silently, landing on all fours. Its head twitched toward me. And then, in a voice almost tender, it whispered, "Don't climb anymore." The lights died. Something touched my ankle, and for the first time, I screamed. The stairwell wasn't supposed to be alive. That's what I kept telling myself. Concrete doesn't think. Metal doesn't care. Fluorescent lights don't plot. But at that point, I couldn't convince myself anymore. Every step I took seemed anticipated. Every motion I made was mirrored, delayed, reflected back at me like a cruel joke. After the encounter with the hand or whatever that was, I stumbled back into the hallway. The door I had come through had vanished. The corridor stretched endlessly in both directions, all lined with doors marked 4. The humming, the soft dragging of something unseen, the occasional whisper of my own name. It all merged into a single, oppressive soundscape that pressed down on my skull. I moved cautiously, flashlight shaking. My beam swung over the walls, catching peeling paint, warped baseboards, the corners where shadows clung thickly like cobwebs. The scent of dust and metal was stronger now, mixed with that faint, sickly sweetness that made my stomach twist. Every so often, I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of my vision, a blur, pale and fleeting, vanishing whenever I tried to look directly. And then, I saw it, a door unlike the others. It wasn't numbered. The wood was darker, polished, yet marred with deep scratches. The handle glinted faintly under the light, blackened, almost wet. It exuded a presence not menacing exactly, but patient, waiting, expecting. I knew instinctively this was the 5th door, the door to whatever this place had been building toward. My pulse jumped, adrenaline replacing fatigue. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was maintenance staff. Maybe a tenant playing a joke. Maybe my mind was finally cracking. I gripped the handle, cold and sticky under my fingers. The door didn't resist. It swung open smoothly, as though inviting me inside. I stepped through. The room was empty at first glance. Just a small, square space, gray walls, the floor dusty, and a single window high up near the ceiling. The fluorescent light flickered above, buzzing unevenly, casting the corners into deep shadow. But the moment I moved toward the center, the air changed. It was thick, palpable, like walking underwater. The smell of old wood, flowers, and rust was overwhelming. The whispering began low at first, dozens of voices, overlapping, whispering my name, muttering things I couldn't quite make out. I froze, trying to pinpoint the source. Then I noticed the mirror. It was tall, narrow, leaning against the far wall. At first, I thought it was ordinary, but as I approached, the reflection shifted, not perfectly synced. My head would tilt. The reflections lagged. My flashlight beam moved past my reflection, but in the mirror, a second hand reached out, long, pale, and twisted. It beckoned. I wanted to turn away, wanted to run. My legs moved anyway, pulling me closer. The reflection smiled, not me, not Jason, but something with intent, something waiting for me. Jason, it whispered, the voice echoing inside my skull rather than from the mirror itself. You've seen the loop. You've walked the stairwell. You've counted the floors. But you're still here. The mirror shivered. The air thickened further. My breathing came in sharp, shallow gasps. I stumbled back, hitting the far wall. The whispering intensified, layering upon itself until it became a chorus of thin, urgent voices. You must enter. You cannot leave. We are waiting. You are late. I realized then that the building wasn't just repeating itself. It was alive, not in the sense of veins and organs, but consciousness. A hunger that consumed motion, counting, anticipation. Every time someone ascended the stairs, climbed past the number 4, every time they reached for a door, the building fed on them. It grew more solid, more patient, more hungry. I thought about turning back. The stairs, the infinite 4, might have been my escape if I hadn't been followed. But the steps behind me, the echoing ones, had accelerated. Now there was more than one. I could hear them above, below, surrounding the corridor, moving in impossible ways. Something would reach me if I tried to run, so I faced the 5th door again. The reflection in the mirror moved independently, stepping aside to reveal another doorway. Not real. I could feel it wasn't real. My mind screamed at me to stop, to turn, to climb anyway, just not into that open space. But the hunger of the building called. The whispering became insistence, tugging at my rational thought. I stepped forward. The second I crossed the threshold, the world shifted. The room stretched. The walls elongated, becoming a corridor again, but narrower, darker. The floor creaked under an invisible weight. The 5th door was behind me now, fading into the wall. I could see the stairwell faintly, somewhere above, but no way to reach it. Every door I had passed in that hall, all of them had melted together into one continuous, twisting wall. And in the far distance, I could see her. The woman, the bride in the tattered gown, standing on a balcony, the rope in her hand, her head tilted slightly. She wasn't moving like a person. She was floating, suspended, calm, watching, waiting. And she smiled. You don't belong here yet. The whisper came, soft, cold. Not until the 5th door chooses you. My hands trembled, and I felt the pull of exhaustion deeper than ever. The endless repetition of the stairwell, the whispering, the echoing footsteps, all of it had drained me. My skin prickled with cold sweat. The fluorescent hum above warped into a low, pulsing vibration, as though the building's heartbeat was under my feet. Then I saw it. The floor beneath me, the dust and concrete, had begun to move. Slowly. A shallow depression, widening, forming a shape. Something was crawling beneath the surface, pressing upward. Not alive in a conventional sense, but not inert either. It was solid enough to feel weight on my shoes. I stepped back. The whispers turned into words, unbroken, urgent, commanding. Enter. You are late. You cannot leave. The 5th door waits. Your turn is coming. The cycle continues. My mind struggled to process. Enter? Wait? What turn? Cycle? The building's logic wasn't logic. The rules weren't human, but the instinct to survive, to escape, was failing against this impossible geometry. The way it warped and shifted with every heartbeat, with every decision I made. I glanced up. Another shadow flickered across the corridor faster than anything human. It landed somewhere near the far wall, paused, then receded, as if testing me. My flashlight flickered and died, leaving only the greenish emergency glow above. The whispering reached a crescendo. Dozens of voices now, overlapping, urgent, cold. I stumbled forward blindly, following a path my mind refused to believe. And then I saw it. A door. Another door. Slightly ajar. Not numbered. The same dark wood as before. The handle gleamed. It called to me. I hesitated. My body screamed at me not to step through, but the whispering had become unbearable, cutting through the fog of my exhaustion. Enter, enter, enter. I reached out. The handle was cold, wet. The corridor behind me, the stairwell, the numbered doors, even the infinite four, all vanished in that instant. Only the door remained, and as I pushed it open, I realized the building didn't just trap people in space, it trapped them in time. Every repetition, every echo, every number, every step, it was all a feeding loop, a mechanism. And now it had chosen me. The corridor inside twisted impossibly. The fluorescent hum became a scream. Dust rose like smoke, blurring the corners. And at the center of it all, the mirror appeared again. Not a reflection, a portal. The same pale, delayed hand reached out from within, beckoning me in. I stepped forward. My legs shook. My mind wavered. But I had no choice. The door slammed shut behind me, and the building exhaled. The air shifted the moment I pushed through the fifth door. The corridor beyond had changed again, stretched impossibly, a narrowing tunnel of peeling paint, exposed pipes, and cold concrete. The fluorescent lights hummed unevenly, each flicker dragging shadows across the floor like slow-moving ink. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, louder than the hum of electricity, louder than the echoing steps I could swear were following me, though I dared not look back. Every instinct screamed to turn around, to descend, to flee back down the stairwell, even if it meant re-entering the endless loop of four. But the whispering had grown sharper now, insistent, almost palpable. It pressed against my eardrums with a weight that was almost physical. Jason, come. Don't resist. I stumbled forward. My flashlight flickered, threatening to die completely, leaving only the greenish glow of the emergency lights. Dust rose from the floor in small clouds as my shoes scraped along the concrete. I counted steps, hoping to anchor myself in some sense of reality. 1, 2, 3. But the numbers meant nothing here. The hallway stretched endlessly. No matter how far I walked, I did not arrive anywhere new. Then I heard it, a delicate, rhythmic tapping, like high heels striking the concrete. Slow, deliberate, counting, waiting. The sound came from above, from the stairwell I had passed earlier. But when I looked, the stairs were gone. The hallway ended in a dark alcove, where a faint green glow pulsed softly, almost like breathing. I approached cautiously. Shadows flickered along the walls, moving independently, and my flashlight caught glimpses of something unnatural shapes that crouched and twisted, disappearing the moment I tried to focus on them. The whispering escalated, layering itself, voices from all directions overlapping in a dizzying chorus. You cannot leave. You belong. Stay. Wait. And then I saw her. She was at the end of the hallway, on a raised platform I hadn't noticed before, a balcony of cracked concrete and exposed beams. The spectral bride. Her tattered gown hung from her shoulders like wet silk, darkened by age or ash. The rope in her hand swayed slightly, knotted at the end. Her face was pale, featureless, except for eyes hollow, black voids that seemed to drink in the light, pulling it from the room. She did not move toward me, but the way she tilted her head, studied me. I could feel her gaze penetrate every fiber of my being. I froze. The air grew colder, more viscous, like liquid metal filling my lungs. My breath came out in shallow, visible puffs. I could hear my own heart hammering a frantic, irregular rhythm, but the hallway around me seemed calm, as though time itself had slowed. The whispering changed, becoming a single voice, dripping with intent. You will ascend, or remain, forever. I didn't understand. Ascend? Remain? My legs felt leaden, my mind frayed, but something primal drove me forward, the need to survive, to escape. I stepped onto the platform. The concrete groaned under my weight. Shadows twisted beneath me, reaching for my ankles, but they did not pull me down. I climbed the final flight of stairs, or what seemed like stairs. Each step was taller than the last, uneven, the risers stretching and shrinking under my feet. The fluorescent lights above buzzed and popped, sending arcs of electricity snapping across exposed wires. My flashlight flickered out completely, leaving me in near darkness, save for the dim, unearthly glow of her presence. At the top, the corridor opened into a small room, circular, walls curved unnaturally, like the inside of a funnel. At its center, a trapdoor lay embedded in the floor, old wood cracked and stained, surrounded by strange symbols etched into the concrete. The rope dangled from a hook above, swaying gently, casting elongated shadows on the walls. The spectral bride stood beside it, silent, waiting. I swallowed hard. My voice cracked when I spoke. "Well, who are you?" She didn't answer. The rope tightened slightly, as if in acknowledgement. The symbols on the floor began to glow faintly, lines pulsing like veins. The whispering returned, all around me, urgent, desperate. "He has arrived. The fifth. The cycle must continue." A wave of vertigo swept over me. I stumbled backward, tripping over the warped floorboards. My flashlight clattered to the ground, bouncing weak beams across the walls. In the dim light, I could see that the rope was no longer just rope threads of shadow wound through it, like black tendrils writhing slowly, alive. I realized then that the building itself had chosen me. The fifth door wasn't a door. It was a test, a trap, a mechanism to feed the building, the loop, the infinite repetition. And if I failed, I would become part of it. Another shadow, another echo, another whisper. I reached out toward the rope. My fingers brushed the threads. Cold, almost liquid, it sank into my skin, wrapping around my wrist. The whispering became a scream, all the voices merging, and I felt myself pulled upward, toward the ceiling, toward the bride. I wanted to resist. My legs kicked, my hands clawed at the floor, but the rope tightened, lifting me, dragging me into the air. My head tilted back. The bride's hollow eyes bore into mine, and I could see all the people who had come before me floating, faceless, trapped, hanging in the same suspended limbo. The symbols beneath me flared brightly, and the whispers became words I could understand. Give yourself willingly, or remain. In the stairwell, forever. Panic surged. My mind screamed for escape. I had an idea, a dangerous, insane one. I let go of the rope just enough to pull at the trapdoor. My fingers found the latch, splintered and old. I yanked it open. Darkness yawned beneath me, bottomless, yet oddly familiar. The stairwell, infinite, repeating. I let myself drop, not a leap of faith, a calculated surrender. The rope snapped taut, a hot pain lancing my wrist, but I fell. The fall was endless, the air thick and viscous, until finally, the floor caught me the familiar concrete of the stairwell, floor number 4 glowing faintly ahead. I rolled, gasping, my body battered. The whispering lingered but faded slightly. The bride was gone. The rope, the symbols, the trapdoor all vanished. I was back in the stairwell, cold sweat soaking my shirt, knees scraped, but alive. I looked up. The next flight of stairs glowed softly. For a fleeting second, I saw her standing on a balcony above, the rope still dangling. She tilted her head, smiling faintly. Then she was gone. I staggered down the stairs, keeping count this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally, the 5th. The number glowed on the wall. My apartment door was ahead. I sprinted, my heart hammering, my lungs burning. When I finally reached my door, I collapsed against it, hands pressed to the cool metal. The hallway was quiet, empty. No echoes, no whispers, no repeating numbers. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. I was home. Or at least, I thought I was. Somewhere deep in the building, I knew the 5th door still waited. Patient. Hungry. Infinite. And somewhere, that spectral bride smiled, because the loop was eternal. And now, I had seen it, but I had survived it. For now, I shouldn't have gone back. I knew it the instant my hand touched the metal stair railing. Every fiber of my body screamed at me to stay away, to lock my apartment door, to forget the 5th floor entirely. But sleep had never been easy for me since that night. Shadows moved differently now, corners warped, and that whispering, soft, insistent patient refused to leave. The apartment had been quiet for weeks. No strange knocks, no flickering lights. Yet the pull was irresistible. I felt it in my chest, an itch that wouldn't stop, a pulse in the walls. I tried to ignore it, tried to convince myself it had all been exhaustion, stress, my mind unraveling. But the stairwell's hum had lodged itself in my bones. It started as a murmur faint at first, almost polite. But as midnight approached, it became clearer, insistent. "Jason, it's time. We wait. Together." I swallowed hard, flashlight in hand, and made my way to the stairwell. The elevator didn't work, never did, and I didn't even try. My feet hit the concrete, counting, rehearsing each step, but I knew I was already lost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there it was again, the 5th door, waiting, patient, silent. The handle gleamed faintly. Not cold this time, but warm, as if breathing. I hesitated, staring at it, feeling the rope swinging gently in my peripheral vision. The tattered bride stood above, just beyond the doorway, a shadow among shadows. Her eyes, hollow, consuming, infinite. I took a deep breath and stepped through. Inside, the air thickened immediately, the same heavy, metallic, dust-laden atmosphere I had remembered. The hallway stretched impossibly, folding in on itself like origami. Fluorescent lights flickered and buzzed, the shadows dancing in unnatural rhythms. I could hear the footsteps behind me. Not mine, not hers, but others. Echoes of all who had come before. Their whispers, their pleas, their screams, all layered in one endless dirge. I clenched my fists, forcing my legs to move forward. Every door I passed was numbered 4. All of them. Every turn I made led me back to the same stretch of hallway. My mind strained to understand, to find an anchor, a rule, anything that would make sense. But the building didn't follow human logic. It followed desire, hunger, repetition. And it wanted me. I stopped at a door, unlike the others. Black wood, scratched and polished. No number. The 5th door. The one I had come to fear. The one that had pulled me into the abyss before. And now, it called me again. I stepped forward. The floor beneath me shivered, alive, breathing, pulsing with the rhythm of countless trapped souls. The rope above swayed gently. And then I saw her closer this time. The bride, spectral and still. Her tattered gown whispering against the floor, eyes hollow, mouth opening slightly as if inhaling my fear. "Jason, it's time." The whispering became voices, dozens now, swirling around me, in my ears, in my skull, under my skin. They spoke in unison. "Give yourself, or remain, forever." I forced my mind to focus, remembering the last time I had confronted her. The rope, the trapdoor, the 5th door. I had survived, but barely. The building was alive, yes, but it was also bound by its own rules. I needed to exploit them. I scanned the room. The mirror stood at the far wall, tall and narrow, reflecting me but not me. A delayed, twisted reflection, pale and wrong. Its hand reached out, beckoning. I realized then that the mirror wasn't just a reflection. It was a threshold, a loophole, a way out. I could step through it, but only if I was willing to face what awaited. The bride floated toward me. The rope in her hand swayed, and I felt the pull again, the hunger of the loop trying to claim me. My pulse raced, and my hand shook. Every instinct screamed to flee, but the exit was behind her. I had to act now. I stepped forward, toward the mirror, ignoring the rope, ignoring the whispering, ignoring the dragging footsteps echoing from the walls. My reflection did not move perfectly in sync. It lagged, stretched, twisted. Its eyes met mine hollow, accusing, patient. I reached out. The air thickened, the rope tightened, dragging me upward, brushing my wrists with icy insistence. Shadows swirled around my feet, grasping, pulling. The bride floated closer, voice now a low, melodic hiss. You belong. You belong. I lunged at the mirror. My fingers met the glass. It was cold, solid, yet yielding, like water. I forced myself through, muscles straining, mind screaming. The rope yanked, shadows clawed, whispering crescendoed, but I broke through. The world warped, light fractured. I fell through a tunnel of gray, cold, echoing with countless whispers, until I landed on concrete, familiar concrete. The stairwell. My stairwell, my apartment building. The 5th floor was behind me, the rope gone, the bride gone. I collapsed against the wall, chest heaving. My flashlight flickered weakly, then died. Silence. Only the distant hum of fluorescent lights remained. My knees burned, my hands scraped, but I was free, or so I thought. For weeks, I avoided the stairwell. I never counted floors. I avoided late-night work sessions. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I would hear the faint tap of heels against concrete, the faint whisper of my name, carried on the wind through the vents, a flicker in the corner of my eye, a shadow that wasn't mine. The 5th floor had not abandoned me. It had marked me. Survived, yes, but the loop remembers. It waits, patient, eternal. I keep a journal now, documenting everything, counting steps, writing down whispers, recording the faint sounds in the stairwell. Because one day, I know, I might be called back. And when I am, I will have to ascend again. The rope, the bride, the 5th door, they are not gone. They never leave. They only wait. And I am the watchman now. The one who remembers. The one who sees the loop for what it is. The loop that feeds, that traps, that never ends. And when the next person comes walking home late, counting floors, tired and vulnerable, I will be waiting. Because the 5th floor trap does not forgive. It does not forget. And it is patient. You have walked the corridors, heard the lullabies, witnessed the looping stairwells, and stared into eyes that will never close. 5 stories, 5 glimpses into the unseen. Some endings are final, some loops remain eternal. Remember, the echoes linger long after the story ends. Sleep well, if you can. And if a whisper calls to you in the dark, don't ignore it. You might just find yourself part of the tale.